All right, hi there. I'm Y, and I made this thing. It's called the Plumber for All Seasons. It's a ROM hack of Super Mario World. It's been a little over 2 years now since I first put it out there, and it seems like people have been enjoying it, which is really cool. So yeah, today I thought I'd do a playthrough of it with some developer commentary along the way, behind the scenes stuff, technical background info, comments on some of the things I've seen players run into, stuff like that. Maybe even edit in some beta footage, we'll see. By the way, in case you don't know what any of this means, welcome. So, ROM hacking is basically when you take an old game, not necessarily an old game, but realistically it's going to be retro games, and you edit the data in the ROM file to change the game into something new. So, for Super Mario World, you have tools that let you edit the levels, that you edit the overworld map, change the graphics, add new music, program in new enemies. So you can really basically use Super Mario World as this kind of game engine to build your own game on top of. And that's what I did here. So Plumber for All Seasons is a hack where the worlds are themed after the 4 seasons. So you have a spring world, a summer world, etc. My goal was to make it fun, obviously, to make it look nice, and to make as much of it as I can myself. Not rely so much on resources from the community, which people usually do. There's a huge community with tons of assets, and that's totally cool. But in particular, I also made all of the graphics myself, so pretty much everything you'll see in this game, everything visual, is going to be handmade. And as you can see down there, it took me way too long. I was at it for a little more than 9 years, which it's less impressive than it sounds, because I took a lot of breaks in between. I didn't constantly work on it, but I was determined to finish it eventually, and I'm really happy with how it's turned out and how it's been received. So I thought I'd kind of wrap up this project by adding my 2 cents. So let's take a look. Let's get started. So a bit of an intro cutscene here with a preview of some graphics. I actually didn't make this intro until I had all the graphics ready, so it was pretty late in development. I got the screen fading out here and loading in new graphics on the fly. Shoutouts to Alex5, who programmed it so the text doesn't fade out and you can still read it. No story here, thought it wasn't necessary, just go through the seasons. And you can choose between whether you want to call it autumn or fall. It only really affects the menu text, so it's not going to be a big deal, but I knew from the very start that I wanted that option just for fun. And I realize now I should have said, what would you like to call the 3rd season? Because I've seen some people assume from this prompt that fall would be the very first world, but no, we actually start in spring. Too late to change it now. Fun fact, I actually call it fall most of the time on the internet, but during development, I just always went with autumn. Don't know, it's like the default to me in this game. So let's go with autumn. And let's see where we end up. This is the map. We're in spring now. That's what the flower icon there is meant to be for, but it's not really obvious from the start. The map system here, you can see it's very different from the original Super Mario World. We got the level name at the top there, lives at the bottom, player sprite, and the menus and stuff like that. That's actually one of the first things I did for this hack, reprogramming the overworld. Must have been summer of 2012, around that time. A long time ago. 1-1, flower field. No enemies on the first screen, so you can take it all in, kind of. So for the visuals, what I wanted to do with this hack is make immersive environments that are nice to look at. And I put a lot of effort into the backgrounds especially, making them more or less realistic, quote unquote, and not just flat backdrops. And I got a lot of inspiration from the Donkey Kong Country series, Donkey Kong Country Returns in particular, and also the countryside in Germany where I grew up. So that's where these fences are from, for example. We got meadows there with old wooden fences everywhere, and that's kind of part of the landscape here. So the foregrounds and the sprites, they're all hand-drawn pixel art, you could say that. The backgrounds are more like handmade, I should call them, because most of the time what I did was use photos that I took myself and then run them through art programs and all sorts of filters and effects thrown at them to make them look a little more cartoony and also 16-bit. Like for this level, I think I drew the trees myself with pen and tablet. Let's get rid of the foreground there we go. And for the grass texture, I think I just copied that directly from a photo that I took, and then I put some colorful dots on top for the flowers, and that's basically it. Yeah, these message boxes, kind of a cross between Super Mario World and Yoshi's Island with the mouth there, a little grotesque. Yeah, bigger message boxes, also one of the first things I coded up, I think. So yeah, we got star coins, 5 in each level. They're basically dragon coins. And shoutouts again to Alex5 for making them save individually. Whoops, wrong button there. Yeah, in the original Super Mario World, the dragon coins, they didn't save, so if you wanted to get all 5 in a level, you had to get them all in a single run without dying. But now, once you get a coin, that one is now permanently saved. And yeah, the very first release of this hack actually didn't have that yet. For some reason I thought it wasn't that important to have star coins save as often as you can, but no, turns out it makes everything so much less frustrating. And I did want to avoid player frustration, so yeah, thank you Alex5. Oh yeah, these flower enemies, they're also custom made, very simple enemies. I've seen people speculate like, oh, is this a Chuck reskin? Is this a Ninja reskin? It's like, no, they don't need to be reskins. You can just code your own custom enemies. There are tools for that. Yeah, that's how it works. So got the midpoint flag. Nothing really fancy going on this level. There'll be enough gimmicks and stuff later, but you know, just to ease the players in, play with shells and all that fun stuff. There we go. Might as well take the flower. I'm being pretty generous with power-ups here, it's by design. Little cave section here. And by the way, the music in this hack, it's all original as well. Like, it's standard procedure to have songs that are ported from other games in Mario World hacks, but for this hack we actually have an original soundtrack, all custom compositions. Not by me though, I'm not that competent at music. I actually reached out to a couple of musicians in the community, and the other way around actually, some of them reached out to me first. And yeah, they were really generous with their time and they put together an amazing soundtrack. I honestly love each and every one of these songs, they're just fantastic. I'm not sure if I can name drop all of you, but really thank you so much. Wouldn't have been anywhere near as nice without you. Yeah, this kind of Mario 3 inspired gold thing with an orb here, and there we go. That is the first level. And you don't actually auto move, you gotta press the button, you got these arrows, reminiscent of Donkey Kong Country, kind of. But yeah, 1-2, down by the water. Also a grass level, but as the name implies, with a little more water. And that down there is actually, it's not a separate layer, it's all in the foreground layer. So yeah, that took some time to get right. So yeah, one thing I did a lot for these backgrounds is something called HDMA. Basically means having different parts of the screen have different properties, like different color or different speeds. Yeah, different scrolling in different parts of the screen. A parallax scrolling it's called. And I made it so that in the background, in this level anyway, or in a lot of levels actually, every single line of pixels here is scrolling at a slightly different speed. So as you move forward, you know, it kind of gives the illusion of a 3D plane, more or less. I've seen people wonder if this is like Mode 7 or something, but no, that's one whole other thing. That's a whole different beast that I'm not messing with. That's all just HDMA. Yeah, just ridiculously smooth HDMA. That's the only difference. Oops, doesn't matter. But yeah, that's the tool for that. I didn't code any of that. I didn't code all of that from scratch, I should say. Yeah, little underwater section. I like how those light beams turned out here. That's also HDMA, so they have a color gradient on them and also color addition, so they're transparent against the background. Well, adds a bit of life to the scene, I think. And you might have noticed or might not, in this level, the background is actually moving really slowly. We got the river just slowly coming into view here. It wasn't there at the very beginning of the level. Which I guess doesn't make a whole lot of sense given the speed we're moving at. Also the river is kind of perpendicular to the water in the foreground, so it doesn't really make sense, but I thought it felt nice. And I kind of built the level around that, so the sections with the most water in them actually happen when the river is in full view, like here, this large water part. So it's like a cross-section of the river, if you will. Or if you will not, your choice. A lot of people didn't seem to realize you can just bonk the block from below there. Kind of sorry for that, might have been able to make it more obvious. Anyway. Another underwater section here. Again, don't think too much about the fact that there are flowers underwater and then they're jumping. It's all fine. Back on the ground again. We're kind of past the river now as far as the background goes, but it's still in view, or the foreground is still filled with water. Yeah, it's just the abstract sense of it being a waterside. Let's leave it at that. And this next coin here, yeah, this one's a little tricky. There we go. You gotta jump on the flowers when they're very high up and you only get 2 chances basically. I mean, you could re-enter a pipe, so it's not that bad. Yeah, fun fact, backgrounds repeat. This background repeats, so at some point, we're way past the river now, but at some point there'd be a second river coming in from the right. And it actually does. If I disable the foreground there, you can just barely see it. Scrolling into view here. Yeah. It's just barely hidden. It just about works. It's just about, hidden by the ledge here. So I couldn't have made the level any longer if I wanted to, because we're just on the verge of not having graphical glitches. Well, the more you know. On to the next level. Even more water, yeah. The level ends are gonna get more creative from some point on. But yeah. A little intro screen here with a bit of the island in the background. And we got subtle waves going off in the distance there. Also HDMA. This might have been the first time that I drew clouds by hand and was happy with them at the time anyway. So yeah, still look kinda nice I think. But yeah, the usual process here, made a digital painting kind of thing, added water textures from a photo, and then ripped it all into 16-bit graphics and inserted it with Lunar Magic. Yeah, Lunar Magic is the name of the tool that you use to make Super Mario World hacks. It's got a level editor, an overworld editor, you can insert graphics, stuff like that. For things like music and other kinds of coding, there are other tools, but still Lunar Magic is like the one thing you cannot do without. Which is why some people say Lunar Magic when they mean ROM hacking as a whole, but yeah. I'm way too used to pressing the escape button apparently. Gonna have to get used to that. It's not ZSNES by the way, that's a very controversial emulator. That's basically SNES 9X, which is a better emulator just with the UI from ZSNES, because I'm sorry, that's what I grew up with, that's what I'm now used to. But yeah, message box here, to make sure you know there's a secret exit here. I was trying to be a bit clever and cute with the writing here, not sure if I succeeded, but yeah. Dang it. Yeah, just drop down to teleport. Got the light beams again, very subtle parallax going on with the rock layers here. And this is actually a preview of the level gimmick, so this is here on purpose. You'll see soon enough. Yeah, there's not a lot to say about this level. I mean, most people don't seem to like underwater levels. I felt like I should have some. And that basically meant that I had one in every world. Because the layout is the same in every world. And yeah, there we go, Urchins Online Guides. That's basically the level gimmick. And also Urchins on Chains. Yeah, that's just the ball and chain variant with the graphic swap. Fun fact, the file name for this one internally is actually Urchain, so Urchin on Chain. Yeah. There we go, almost missed that star coin. I'm not as used or as familiar with the levels as I used to be when when I made them, they were fresh in my mind. I think I still remember where the coins are. They're not too well hidden anyway. Let's do that later. Let's do this first. Yeah, throw blocks and urchins. For some reason, they're just really finicky. You can't always hit them. I was kind of lucky there even. I even put in some dirty hack that when you touch an urchin when you're holding the throw block, the urchin always dies. But when you're just chucking the block, you really gotta hope for the best sometimes. You really gotta rely on luck there. And, you know, sorry about that. That's just Mario World being Mario World for the most part. There we go. Oh, I think there's definitely something down there that I want. Yeah, there we go. I'm not super happy with the level design here, actually. It's... whoops. It gets a bit cramped later on. Those levels date back to like 2013, I think we are at this point. Yeah. Oops. It's going smoothly so far for the first world. Oh well. At least I haven't died yet. There we go, that one's important. Yep. Final coin. So yeah, this section, this gets a bit cramped. But yeah, this is like my 2013 level design skill, I guess. I guess I could have overhauled them later. Like, go back to all the levels that I think was subpar, but that would have been a whole other can of worms. And at the end, I just wanted to get the project done. It's not like they're bad levels. They're just, you know, neither here nor there. And yeah, again, just to make really sure you know there's gonna be secrets and that you're gonna be collecting the star coins. So you'll be seeing this background again later. It's not the only level it's gonna appear in. But yeah, that's that level done. And yeah, let's go back and get the secret exit now. Let's try and do this kind of in order. There we go. The secret exit's like never gonna be all the way at the end of the level, so you're not gonna have to play the exact same thing twice. There's always gonna be some path split or something, and the secret exit path is generally gonna be shorter. So here, you could almost see what I went for there earlier, and that's basically, whoops, the whole level if you're going for the secret exit. So yeah, that urchin guarding the pipe there. Grab the throw block, and now if you're kind of timid, you just kind of chuck it near the urchin and it stays there and you think, what's going on? I hit you, fair and square. But yeah, that's just, oh no, dang it. It was bound to happen, it was bound to happen. I'm not sure if I'm gonna edit the video and cut my way back to that point. I guess you'll see. Depends on how often I'll die in total, I guess. How much of a fool I want to make of myself on recording. Now here we go. And yeah, like I said, just don't be shy. If you've got the block in your hand, then you're fine. That's what I coded into. Make it a little more fair. So yeah, urchins galore. I tried to make sure you couldn't cheese this part. Like, you have to stay in between the urchins. You can still cheese it if you don't move and just duck at the start there. But I think most people's instinct is to kind of not do that and move right away. So, and if they do, then hey, great for them. They figured it out. There we go. And finding cheeses is fun, right? So yeah, down swimming comes in really handy here. That's just holding the down button while you swim so you don't go up as fast. That up there just kills the urchins. They're up and away. And there's the red orb. That's the secret orb. Yep, there we go. So that opens up the secret level here. Let's do the secret level last, actually, or last in this world. Yeah, let's play the levels in the order I made them. So the next one I made chronologically. Yeah, let's go to 1-4. Perilous Plant Place. Also kind of an inspired name, but hey, we're using the light beams there for the forest. This level, I don't know, it's not my favorite, especially the background. I'm kind of a sucker for forest settings, and I have pretty high standards for forest backgrounds. And this is just, you know, does the job. I wanted to make it look nicer, but I couldn't. That's just what my skill was at that point, and still was when I came back to try and redo it, but it didn't turn out as great. Turns out forests are just really hard to draw. And yeah, the background color gradients are also kind of a staple of this hack. So we got background color, we've got the actual layer 2 background, most of the time with parallax, and then your run-of-the-mill foreground. Yeah, these piranha plant things here, they're just like stationary herd things, custom-made enemies again. I was kind of going for a bit of the Yoshi's Island piranha kind of look, but I guess it came out more looking like a beak of sorts. Just meh. It was still kind of cute. And that part there teaches you that they're shell killable, so that's one thing they got going for them. Whoops. And yeah, like before, you can just hit this from the bottom, no need for a Koopa shell there. There we go, thank you. Again, some more opportunities to play with shells, because hitting blocks is always fun. And if you want to, you can slide kill them, which is neat. So yeah, level design here isn't the best either yet. It's just kind of haphazard, I think. I think I made this one without much of a plan in mind, unlike what I did in the later worlds. But I think at this point we're in 2015 already. So yeah, the whole first world was just really slow to make that. And that was before I publicly announced the thing too, so yeah, I guess at that time I had no outside motivation to work on it. Yeah, horizontal vines there, as you saw, and this is interesting because, there we go, the path actually splits here, and both paths lead to the same exit. It would be nice if I could speak. So there's no secret exit here, just two separate paths, and I thought, you know, maybe some players will find this pipe here, like that's the alternate path, but turns out from the playthroughs that I've seen, pretty much everyone went for this one, went for the alternate path instantly, like not even questioning it, there's a whole other section behind there. I guess it's just really enticing to hit something with a shell and then go from there. Game design lesson, I guess. So yeah, this is the alternate section. Nothing up there except for this Koopa. Just have the vine eat the platform to get the Koopa down. And a little vine puzzle there. And yeah, that is basically what this section is about. Getting familiar with vines and the way they work. Grabbing some rewards on the way. And there we go. Now here, be careful not to lose your throwables. Because, oh no, not like that, see? I think I'm not that screwed over yet. But that's exactly what I wanted to avoid. Which is very nice of me. But yeah, you can do this. That opens up that. And now you can do that, and that lets the vine grow, and there you get the final coin. So yeah, that's what you were meant to do with the Koopa, but yeah, you get a couple of chances. Which I'm embarrassed to say I needed there. But yeah. Let's actually go for the main path, why not? So just to show it. Yeah, by the way, there are star coins in both paths, so there's actually more than one way to get all the star coins in this level. But once you get all 5, they're all marked as collected, like here. That's how it works. It's like you got all 5 flag for each level, and when that flag is set, then all the coins are like half transparent. Yeah. So, well, yeah, the only gimmick here is basically, you know, these these piranha plants and the horizontal vines. And with all of this, I was going for a more subtle gimmick kind of thing, not too heavy-handed. Like, it could still be a Mario game and it wouldn't be out of place. Just small little gameplay gimmicks there. There's plenty of ROM hacks that have like a different philosophy, I guess you could say. So they just code whatever they want, whatever crazy gimmick they can think of. Like, every time a shell hits something, you lose 10 coins or whatever. That's great. It's super creative. I like that, and I even made a whole hack like that a couple of years before I made this. It's just not what I wanted to do for this hack in particular, so just got your very modest gimmicks here. Horizontal vines should be good enough for me, right? And yeah, this normal path here, it's not really about precision vine puzzling, it's just vines galore. And yeah, those coins, even though I never got this one coin in particular, it's still marked as collected because I already got all 5 on the secret path. Or the alternate path, I should say. And yeah, there we go. Now, yeah, move on to 1.5, The Sound of Spring. Now, what could this be about? Yeah, cave background and cave music return, and we got bouncy mushrooms. Yep, that's the springy thing. So when you hold the jump button down, you bounce up really high. Also, not too intrusive gameplay gimmick. Nope, there we go. Now that star coin there, I think you can only get if you're big. If I remember correctly, but you get a mushroom right before this, so yeah. Piranha plants making a return too, yep. Other than that, not a lot to say about this level, I guess. Like I said, the other levels, they're kind of a blur for me at this point. So yeah, I barely remember making them or how thoroughly I planned them out. Maybe not that much at all, I don't know. But still serviceable, definitely. Yeah, for some people I think this was the first hard level of the game. At least for people who didn't have much experience with Mario World and the physics here. Which is interesting, I guess, because I didn't really expect that this hack would be on the recommendation list for hey, play this if you're an absolute beginner at Mario World. I mean, I'm super happy. I'm flattered that this is some people's first contact with Mario World. I just kind of didn't design around that. So yeah, but like the spin jumps, I just assumed that people would know that you can spin jump on certain things. That's like shared knowledge in the hacking community. But I've seen people play this who don't know what a spin jump is, or don't know that you can carry Koopa shells around, or how to make long jumps. So, yeah, it wasn't really ideal. I mean, I didn't put any glitch abuse stuff deliberately, but yeah, there were some things I just took for granted. These levels aren't that good at teaching the very basic mechanics, I guess. Also, they're just a bit more challenging than the original game too, so in the end game, definitely. So, yeah, you never know what audience you get. Bit of a bonus room there with a slightly different palette. Fun fact, this was actually the main room's palette until I decided that this greenish hue wasn't too nice to look at for more than a couple of screens. And there we go, got all 5 coins. But yeah, some people didn't find this too easy, which I didn't expect because I didn't really design around the first time experience, but yeah. When you know how to handle it, this is just bouncy till the end. And yeah, the pun there with spring and springy mushrooms. Hooray! Okay, so World 1 Ghost House. That's ring is what I meant to say, or rather what I meant to allude to. Yeah, the level name, it's a pun because the main gimmick here is Boo Rings. So a little bit cheesy there, but hey. Pretty happy there with the Boo graphics. The rare occasion where something comes out right on the first attempt. Happy with the Ghost House graphic too. I think I drew that by hand in Paint.net. Yeah, must have. Made some wooden planks and other objects, and then build a house from them. Also overgrown with vines because it's spring. Yeah. And the house actually takes up so much graphic space that the background there had to be layer 3, which has its own separate graphic space. So yeah, had to move to layer 3 there. The interior is kind of, wish I hadn't made it so dark, wish I had made it more vibrant. Fitting for spring anyway. And yeah, there we have the boo rings, that's what the level is about. And yeah, the big boo, of course. From what I can tell, this one got a lot of reactions from people. Let's be careful not to kill it prematurely there we go. It's like, ooh, he's blowing air at me, or no, he's doing the park face. But yeah, actually, he's just saying like, ooh, in a silly kind of way. And I actually had to offset the mouth graphics in the sprite for that to work. Yeah, but this actually, I think, predates the park face, which many people associated it with. I think I made the first doodles of a boo face like that in maybe 2008 or so, back when I first got into hacking. I mean, I wasn't planning it for this hack, but yeah, the boo in that style just goes way back. Bit of a secret path here for a 1-up. There we go. And yeah, people told me this boo here it's got kind of a Cuphead style to it, like 1930s cartoons. I can see that. I can definitely see that. Although that wasn't really my intention directly. It's just for some reason these long black bars for eyes are just the default way that I draw eyes. I don't really know why. Maybe I was inspired by 1930s cartoons or something, in some subconscious way. Who knows? But yeah, those tiny boos also, to an extent, this black beady eyes. And yeah, this is the first encounter with P-switches and how they work. So yeah, in case you didn't know, P-switches turn brown blocks to coins and vice versa. Not much hidden here. Oops, I thought I was... There we go, you can slide kill boos. And you can miss fire flowers, which is a very cool feature in this hack. There you go, another switch that you use to make yourself a path here. You can actually fall down those pits, so be careful. Whoop, there we go. I wish I had made those gaps solid, would have been no harm done, but yeah, it works. Oh, yeah, this level, I feel like it still isn't that much to write home about. We're still in 2016, I think, at this point. Yeah. It's crazy how the first world just spanned like 4 years of production. Yeah, pretty much 4 years, and then the rest, as soon as I got the word out there and I had external motivation, it all got a lot quicker, but still not, not quick. Yeah, kind of vertical room there with the slopey platforms that I made. Kind of a cool addition, make the whole house kind of have like a run-down look to it. Oh, dang it. Was that my first death? I think it was. But actually little harm done because we just started right at the midpoint. Phew. But yeah, those slope platforms, that were actually kind of tricky to make. The fact that the supports don't fit into a 16 by 16 grid. Yeah, that's why the supports, those, the beams there, they look kind of misshapen, I guess. But yeah, most of the second part here is just platforming with boo rings. It's gonna get a little more actiony later even. And I guess a couple of doors to confuse you, like right there, as is customary for ghost houses. Well, this one is just go in this door, come out here, and there you go, you got this coin. No maze aspect to it. Not yet, anyway. Kind of ruined that. So yeah, this is where the action comes in. Gotta be careful not to slip off the platforms here, which I fortunately have been doing alright at this time. There we go. And into the pipe we go. So, P-switch just for fun here, you meant to hit that even by accident, because, getting coins is fun. And this is meant to teach you that you can slide kill boost, so you don't even have to do anything, you just slide your way down here, and that's a bit of, you know, enjoyment. And we are out of here. Almost. Gotta wait a cycle, and there we go. So, yeah, 7 levels per world, not kind of the bonus one. 1 castle, like a falling stone. And the second of many song lyric references to come in this hack. This one's from Like a Rolling Stone. And the gimmick here is Thwomps. Got the introduction right away. Let's go up, yeah, let's go up. There are multiple kind of secret paths in this level. No secret exit, but multiple paths for, you know, for star coins. It's very non-linear in that way. Yeah, just one of the few levels that are actually non-linear in nature. And you can shell kill Thwomps, by the way. That wasn't consistent in the original Mario World, but it is here now, so you can always shell kill the Thwomps. And there's a block here, right there, that despawns the shell, so when you throw it here, you don't accidentally run into it with full speed, which would have been kind of unfair, or at least frustrating. So yeah, this is non-linear. Back when I started making Mario hacks, the prevailing philosophy, I guess, the way I interpreted it was that, oh, linear levels are boring. You just gotta have some exploration. Oops, gotta have some secret exits, gotta have some secret paths, gotta have it all over the place, kind of. So even though that wasn't as much of a thing anymore when I made this level, I still kind of felt the pressure to make a level with lots of different paths at least once, or even just to balance out the earlier levels here that were all very linear. So I think I might have overdone it actually. It's almost like a maze, at least for a lot of people it was. But yeah, it's just secret paths leading to secret rooms, which then spit you out at a potentially unknown location. But it's not too bad, it all eventually comes back together. So yeah, sideways Thwomps and upside down Thwomps, and that are actually sideways and upside down from the graphics. So you can tell which direction they go in. Let's wait for this to expire, there we go. So this one is just a simple one-up room, so I had more than 5 ideas for secret paths, so they couldn't all be coins. And also to teach you about the power of disco shells up there, which might come in handy later on, who knows. So yeah, the upside down Thwomps. I didn't make those myself, they're like a staple resource in the community. And this is the second half, and we actually go from right to left. I guess it's kind of disorienting here because the rooms look similar with the door position and whatnot. So if you start from the midpoint, you start here right away, so if you die right after the midpoint, I guess that could lead to confusion. But yeah. This is actually... Yeah, this right here is meant to teach you that you can spin jump on Thwomps. So you break the blocks, then you land on the Thwomp, and it's like, oh, I can do that. And yeah, then you test out your newfound knowledge, and you use that to get up here, and that kind of hammers it home that, yeah, there's gonna be spin jumping secrets now. You actually can't spin jump on the upside down ones. You can't do that because they go up too fast. That's not safe. But yeah, the normal, the right side up ones, they go up at a reasonable speed, so that's safe. And yeah, a lot of switches in this level, but you know, not too bad because they're all used pretty much immediately. So block the way for the Thwomps so they can safely go across. There we go. And yeah, more of the same. Split paths that eventually lead back to the normal path. Another P-switch. My oh my. Should I get the one up? Yeah, I guess I should. Duck. There we go. And right here is where you use it. Normally in the bottom path you would have come out right here eventually anyway. You just wouldn't have the P-switch, and you would be wondering what to do with it. Oops, I guess should have waited one cycle more. There we go. and we got another occasion where the thwomps are very much in the way, but where the P-switch can very much help. Yep. Up to 4 coins now, nice. Yeah, and yeah, the last secret is actually right up here. More spin jumping. There we go. And yeah, that's the last coin. If you go for the coin right away, let's take a minute to observe the scene. If we went for the coin right away here, that thwomp would fall down and be killed by the disco shell, so we gotta eliminate that first with this remote shell destroy contraption. There we go. And now we can grab it. And taking that pipe back actually takes us here, right to the boss door. Yeah. This path here leading up to there, nothing really interesting happening. You can run down under some thwomps if you want to go for the adrenaline kick. But yeah, we didn't miss that much back there. Big boss door, and surprise, it's a thwomp boss. Yeah, I felt like, you know, with the level being full of thwomps, I couldn't have had it be anything else. That would just be too jarring, I think. I've seen some playthroughs where people were expecting the boss to be Iggy Cooper of all things, and it's like, this is a whole new custom experience. It would be kind of weird to have everything about the game changed and just have the original Mario World boss there randomly. Yeah, so I think this is actually the first proper boss that I ever coded. Whoops, and I still took a hit to it. I don't actually like making bosses, or rather, I'm not that great at coming up with boss ideas. And, you know, I'm just gonna let you have another run there, you know. Yeah, I'm not that great at coming up with boss ideas, I don't think. They're always really complex, so I kind of always dreaded it. But, you know, what else would you end a castle with? But yeah, shells go from green to yellow to red, and he has 3 hits and all that stuff, and there we go. And that's World 1 done, and yeah, we got the season switch dialogue here. This is where the fall-autumn thing comes in, by the way, so we beat spring, and we just unlocked summer, and autumn and winter are still blocked off from us by the forces of time. Yeah, let's just go to summer real quick. We're not done yet, but let's just take a quick look. Yeah, now you can see it's the same island, just in summer. A couple of colors changed, but you know, the layout's all the same. So yeah, let's actually go back to spring for a bit, because we still have this secret level to do. Here we are, 1S, Green Grass of Home. So this is the level that comes closest to the scenery around my childhood home. The background anyway, the foreground, it's not that hilly. But yeah, the trees this time, let's have a look at them. The trees this time are actually taken directly from a photograph that I took, so not even hand-drawn. Yeah, with lots of tools and filters, of course, but yeah, those trees pretty much actually exist. And I love that place in real life, it's really pretty. And I kind of wanted to, you know, honor that or incorporate that into the game in some way, and I did. Oh yeah, we also have this kind of dirt footpath down here. Which you can't actually see during gameplay, but yeah, it's there. My first naive vision of this level was to have the footpath there visible and a lot more prominent, and also a tree in the foreground that scrolls along. But yeah, I wasn't able to do that. This would have to do. Oop, there we go. Yeah, this is a pretty short level. I couldn't really think of a gimmick here other than just plain old bouncing on enemies. So yeah, I made the hopping flower and the flying flower here that you can bounce on. Whoop, there we go. And that's pretty much that. Yeah, you don't actually have to hop on that flower to get the midpoint, you can just do it from here, so to make it fair. Yeah, if you want, you can play with the Goombas a bit and bounce as much as you want. And some bouncing is required to get the star coins, and that's your run-of-the-mill level design there. There we go, last obstacle. Now, yeah, this is the one time I'm being a little mean here with the level end screen, I guess, because there's actually something behind it. Yeah, I think I literally just ran out of ideas for where to put the coins in this level, so I put one there, and sneaky. There we go, that's that level done. And there we have the Cloud World, or Star World, or whatever. Yeah, the S can stand for anything really, so star, sky, special, secret, whatever. Actually not gonna do that level yet, because chronologically I made the Cloud World levels last, so this would kind of be, I don't know, an anachronism, I guess. Let's keep things in the order that I made them, so we're not gonna see this one for a while. But yeah, this is actually what the star coins are for, so you need a certain number of levels where you have all star coins, so this one requires you to collect all star coins in 4 levels, so we already have that, so if I entered it, it would just let me in, because yeah, we have more than that already, so let's not succumb to the temptation. Let's do summer first. You can press start at any time to bring that up, and switch to summer. There we go. Amber waves of grain. Yeah, I like summer a lot more from a, game maker perspective. I don't really have much to say about how I made the spring world. So yeah, we got a wheat field here, or grain field or whatever, and these hay bales in the foreground. Oops. Just all kinds of plants, including piranha. In the background here, yeah, it's actually all stitched together from photos again. So nothing hand-drawn, but still handmade, if you will. And yeah, the parallax on top of on the surface of the field there, also kind of like a 3D plane. I had wanted to put clouds in the background there, I think, but they would have had to be on layer 3, and I couldn't get that to look right because layer 3 only uses 3 colors plus transparency, and clouds generally at the sunset sky have a lot more colors than that, so yeah. Also they would conflict with the message box later on, which is just one more reason that the sky is plain. But yeah. Yeah, there we go. So the gimmick here is Lakitu throwing hay bales. Does it at a fixed interval, and they don't crush enemies, but they can crush you. But you can actually use them as platforms. But yeah, thing is, you're going for star coin here, but you never absolutely need them, unless you go for the star coins, of course. But yeah. Careful not to get crushed here, and there you can use it as a platform, but still, you don't need to do it. You can actually do this with a running jump. So, it's not as unfair as you might think, but it's fun to use them as a platform. Yeah, Lakitu here, he's supposed to be in the background, by the way. So, all the way back there in the sky. So that's why he's so small. My original idea here was to have a tractor in the background, with a baler or whatever it's called, like going through the field left to right and shooting up hay bales into the sky, but I couldn't get the movement to look right, so because you also scroll the background by moving through the level, so the field just scrolls by pretty fast, and the baler has to be in a certain place always for the hay bale mechanic to work, or even just to look realistic, so that just didn't work out. So yeah, I had to put whatever throws the bales in the sky instead, so that's how we end up with our friend Lakitu here. So yeah, that's why he's so small, he's all the way in the back, and that's why also you cannot kill him even if you wanted to. But why would you want to? So yeah, this section here, I'm actually pretty happy with. So the way the bales work is that they bounce on the ground once and then they fall off screen. So yeah, they bounce on the block and then they fall off, so you've got to hit this block once to make the bounce happen on the ground they're standing on, so then you can climb up there, and by the time you get there the block's already solid and you can bounce on it like that. And now the ground's gone, and now I've got to do it in midair, which is actually not that tricky, because let's just demonstrate it. So the thing with the falling platforms in general is you can fall off. I mean, you can lose contact with them before you get the chance to jump off because they just fall quicker than you do at some point. So in this level, that can happen a lot because the bales actually have kind of different gravity. So yeah, you can fall off a lot there. So that would be really frustrating. So what I did was there's this patch called Tolerance Time, or Coyote Time, I guess. And that lets you jump off even a couple of frames after you left the platform. Oh, come back here, Lakitu. Let me show this to people one last time. Can we do this? Leaving the platform, but you can still jump. Maybe you saw it there. But yeah, you have some frames of leeway. That's what I'm trying to say. And that actually affects every single platform in the game. So every single sprite platform that moves, including P-switches. So that's why it's so easy to jump off of a P-switch after you hit it. Also called a jump, as I understand it. So yeah, these hay bales here, they're the reason that jumps are basically free in this hack, because of the ridiculous tolerance time you get. And there we go, enter the raccoon power-up. That block, by the way, gives you a raccoon even if you're small, so you can always enjoy the benefits of it. So yeah, this is the cape replacement in this hack. And it's actually not that much of a raccoon suit, it's pretty much just a cape graphic swap, so you can hold the button to float, you don't need to tap it constantly like in Mario 3. The only thing is you can't really fly, so you can get full speed, you can fly up, but you can't, swoop with it. So it's basically exactly the cape, except without the wheel, or however you want to do the onomatopoeia there. And now you can finally whack the piranhas. Oh yeah, and let's try something with the blocks that can hit from the side. Let's try something. Yeah. You can kind of get stuck by the turn blocks here when they become solid again and get pushed away, but guess what? I thought of that. So just in case you're unlucky or experimental enough to try that here, there's a solid ground here, like a safety net, if you find yourself stuck in that situation ever. And yeah, you can just have some fun with the cape here in this latter half of the level. Being generous with the capes here, so here's another one. But again, you don't really need it ever, except to get this coin here. But even that you can use a shell for, I'm told. But yeah, the intended strat is just to float there and you just barely make it. Whack the plants, and now Lakitu is back. Whoop. Whoa! For a bit of a reprise. So yeah, this is pretty much the end of this level. And I kind of messed up there, which I'm not too happy about. But yeah, I've heard from some people that this level seems more like fall to them than summer. So yeah, the palette is kind of warm and fall-ish, I guess. But like, the concept of hay bales, no, that's very much a summer thing to me. So, the farmers making hay and me climbing on the hay bales as a child, that's definitely a June, July kind of thing for me. Might not be for you. I don't know your place, I don't know your seasonal routines, but yeah, for me this is just a late summer as pure as it comes. And yeah, this message box here, so 99 lives thing, yeah. I was aware that I put lots of coins and 1-ups in my levels, just to keep it fun and interesting, but they actually don't do a lot these days in games, and coins, yay, they're fun to collect and they give you lives, but having them is actually kind of pointless. So I thought, what do I do? And then I put in this little Easter egg here. I guess not so secret Easter egg, just to give people an incentive to get 99 lives. But I also make it clear that they don't have to do it. So yeah, this is a purely optional thing. You don't need to do this, but if you want lives to have meaning, then you can make lives have meaning. Kind of motivational quote there. But yeah, coins and lives are also saved all the time, by the way, so you can actually hold lives even if you reset the game. They'll never get reset back to 5 or whatever. And yeah, the game autosaves all the time, so getting a game over is basically meaningless as well, and having lives really means nothing gameplay-wise. Other than, now they're a collectible if you want them to. An optional collectible that you lose by dying, so there's your incentive there. Like, I could have gotten rid of lives entirely, but then there'd be nothing fun to collect in the levels at all, and it'd all be pointless. So it's my little compromise attempt there. And I could demonstrate the point by collecting all those coins up there if I wanted to with the cape, which I guess I basically did. Oh well. So yeah, 2-1 done. Where the ocean meets the sky. This is the longest level name in the entire hack. Originally I had supported 26 characters, but then I really wanted the level to have this name, so I had to code in some room for 3 more characters, and now it's maxed out at 29. So yeah, it's another land plus water level, which for the summer world of course means beach, yeah. Custom hermit crab enemy there that you can kill really easily, just like a spiny kind of thing. And yep, there's the seagulls. So yeah, they swoop up and down, and they fly in this kind of parabola arc, and you can jump on them if you're swift enough to kill them, yep. Yeah, no, people have said, even back when I first posted the screenshots of it, back when I made this, that they look like they look uncomfortably realistic, I guess, for the art style. And yeah, I guess they do. But I think the reason is because... didn't pay attention there for a second. The reason is because I had no idea how to draw birds or how to draw bird flight, like the wing position and shape and all that. So what I did is I looked at a diagram, and of course the diagram had realistic proportions, so I think I just kind of copied the design without thinking about it. So I just copied the whole seagull shape from the seagull diagram, and that's how we end up with these uncharacteristically realistic and small-eyed seagulls. Small-eyed for this hack anyway, so yeah, always the black beady eyes. Underwater section, because this is the land plus water part of the map. And we have the line-guided urchins again, and also these urchin blocks on the ground. Those are just munches, they're just hurt blocks, so no use spin jumping on them or anything like that. Little coin room here with some seagulls for you to play around with, and they actually they spawn indefinitely. So if I keep my feet off them for a second here, they keep spawning, so you can really take your time getting the coin. But what they do is they stop spawning as soon as you get a 1-up. So at best what I think you can do here is get like 3 lives around that. So this isn't really the most efficient life farm. Wouldn't want to make it too easy on you now. And yeah, I guess that pipe kind of looks like the way forward, but no, it's just a bonus room. I think most of the yellow pipes are bonus pipes, but it's not something I consciously, systematically did. Yeah, that P-switch here, I can take it with me, but we actually only need it for the secret exit, so we might as well leave it for now. There we go. Careful with those urchin blocks there, because spin jumps don't work. Yeah, and then that pipe up there, that's where we'll be going eventually, for the secret exit. One of these days. And here, tricky jump with the seagull, but we got it. And yeah, this is a pretty long level, I admit. It feels like we've come pretty far and we're not even at the midpoint yet. So, no, just uncharacteristically long, I realized. But I guess I just had a lot of ideas for what to do. I just wanted to have the player see more of the beach, I don't know. But yeah, those seagulls, by the way, they always respawn, even when you kill them, which doesn't normally happen. Because, yeah, otherwise, I think this is the point, yeah. Otherwise, some of these jumps, or this jump here, you would only get 1 shot or 1 opportunity to make, so yeah, that wouldn't be fair. And yeah, we got dolphins, just the dolphins from the original Mario world. Yeah, I like the fact that these enemies here are basically moving platforms, just like hay bales. So kind of an interesting verticality to what's otherwise a horizontal level. And you can also get... failed to demonstrate it here. There we go, yeah, that should be pretty obvious. You can get coyote time by jumping off of them. And yeah, it almost looks silly here from these dolphins. It's like really obvious how much lead you have before you jump off the platform. But yeah, anything to avoid frustration and to add fun. Please, Mr. Seagull. Yeah, there we go. If that wouldn't respawn, if that didn't respawn, we would be screwed right now. But we are not screwed. Yep. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, now these dolphins are more of an obstacle because you gotta be careful not to get pushed around by them into what you might perceive as harmful spikes. Again, downswimming coming in kind of handy here, or taking your time coming in most handy here. Here we go. Wait for him to be way up there. Nice. So yeah, don't miss this last star coin here. Yep, that's easy to miss if you're just looking out for pipes, but even if you did, you can go back through the pipe. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's a thing that I added in some later version of this game, because I didn't want people to feel too much frustration at having missed the star coin and having realized it and having no way to go back. But yeah, just some more bird hopping here, some more hermit crab slide killing, and we are done. Well, done except for the secret exit. So yeah, let's get to that. It's a bit of a ways actually, but still before the midpoint, so I guess it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm really happy with the color palette in this level, with how that came out. So we got blue, obviously, we got green, we got yellow, we got red. All the warm tones kind of fitting nicely together here. And I don't know, it looks positively summery to me. And one of the few levels actually where I didn't have to doctor with the palette endlessly. Most of the other levels I went back at the end and just kind of 4 or 5 goes at updating the palette until that felt right to then current me, because yeah, I don't know, the spring world before I got to redoing that felt just way too dark overall. And yeah, by the time I got to summer, I apparently was competent enough at making palettes already. So yeah, I'm coming now. First we take the P-switch, then we take the pipe. Okay, now the intended way to go up there is to take the Seagull Express. Again, guess we're gonna do that. But you can actually turn those coins that I just collected, you can actually just press the P-switch right there and then climb up on those blocks. Not intended, but I guess officially sanctioned. I like the solution there. Somehow I just really didn't see that was something you could do. But yeah, what you meant to do is P-switch, Seagull, can I do it? Hop, there we go. Phew. And that's the secret path. Hey. Yeah, I think every time you absolutely have to spin jump, I put an A there, just in case. I can't believe I just missed that. Looking elsewhere is not really coming in handy in this level, believe it or not. Oop, there we go. So yeah, in the castle level I didn't have the A's because they were strictly for star coins. Well, except for the Thwomp boss, I guess, but oh well, if you made it here you knew what to do. Alright, yeah, some vines and just kinda weaving in between the wildlife here. Yep, that works. And jump on the Seagull, there we go. And that's that level done. And that's me hydrated. Yeah, secret level, we'll save that for later. Let's do Seahorse Valley. So yeah, Seahorse Valley, the name is is a math reference of all things. So there's this thing in math called the Mandelbrot set, which in simple terms, I guess it's a shape with infinite detail. So you can zoom in on any part as much as you want, and you still always get non-repeating and cool patterns. And one of those areas in this whole shape is called Seahorse Valley, because the shapes in it, they kind of look like seahorse tails. And yeah, that is actually, let me show you, there we go. That's actually in the background for this level. So this is what you see when you zoom into the Seahorse Valley part of the Mandelbrot set. Well, this one part of it repeated 4 times on the screen here and kind of stretched to fit the Super Nintendo screen and repeat seamlessly, but that's the basic idea, yeah. So obviously no photos here of real life places, no drawings. I actually just took a render of the Mandelbrot set at that zoom level and then converted it to 16-bit. And yeah, some tweaking and distorting, but yeah. Although on the bottom, that's not the Mandelbrot set. On the bottom we've got corals, which I still don't know how to draw corals, so I don't know. I don't think they came out as great, or at least color-wise, and it just kind of washed out, but I didn't have more palette space. So it did the job. So yeah, so we got seahorses now. I knew very early on that I wanted to have a level called Seahorse Valley. Like, when I first heard that something called Seahorse Valley existed, it was clear to me that, yeah, I wanted to name a level after it. I didn't even have a gimmick or anything yet for that level, so yeah, it just made sense when I got around to making this. It just made sense to have custom seahorse enemies. So yeah, what I came up with is these custom seahorse thingies that follow you around. So either left, right, like the one here. So that's kind of chasing me very slowly. Or this vertical one. So kind of like disco shells, I guess, but they're not reskins. They're just they're coded from scratch, like basically all the custom enemies here. And yeah, the trick to get past them is to lure them in one direction and then whoop, and then quickly zip past them in the other. So in the first couple of releases of this hack, these seahorses were actually much faster. And they'd also be quicker to change direction, so they'd be a lot harder to deal with. And during development they were even faster, so there were multiple steps of nerfing involved, yeah. But yeah, I think it was the beta testers who complained, which, yeah, completely reasonable. That was one of those developer blind spots, I guess. You're just so used to them that you don't know what's good for you. Here, yeah, you can even go all the way up there to make it easier for you to get by. And I guess I can make use of my fire flower as long as I have it. And as long as I can aim. There we go. And now it's just a regular old seahorse setup. There we go. Now. Yep, there's a shell here, don't lose that. Because you need it, whoops, and it's gonna wake up too, so make sure not to carry it around with you too long. Let's just kick it, there we go, that's what you need it for. But yeah, other than that, we got seahorses, and there's not much else to say about this level, I guess. I actually hardly remember making this level. Yeah, there was stuff going on in real life at that point, and I just, don't know, wasn't as into it, I guess. Well, I did still make it up to standard, but I just barely remember making it. But yeah, we must be in summer of 2018 now, I think. So still kinda working at a snail's pace. Just 3 years left until the release of the hack, and we're still only in World 2. But by some miracle it all worked out. I still don't really know how the schedule went there. But yeah, some coin rooms and some baby urchins replacing the boo rings, which are kinda cute. And this, yeah, I didn't follow my non-existent standards here and made the bonus pipe green, but I hope you realize that's not the exit path. Yeah, above ground section here, and the seahorses are flying now, which doesn't match any real-life seahorses I've heard of. But hey, they can still hurt you, so be careful. And yeah, also the urchin boo rings again. And they apparently can also fly. Some very skillful wildlife around these parts. There we go. Here's the second to last coin. But yeah, this whole level is just different levels of maneuvering around. Things that follow you. Which I guess, well, can't be said for all levels because not all enemies follow you, but the maneuvering is kind of ubiquitous. So up there, I think, yeah, up there is the last star coin, and what you meant to do is... Ooh, I can't get past there, seahorse is blocking the way, but it's got one-way blocks above it, so we gotta lure it up there, so it follows me up there and then gets stuck there. Yep, that's what you meant to do. And in earlier versions of this hack, this was a lot less obvious, like the tunnel here was way thinner and you had to scroll the screen to make it work, to not despawn the seahorse. So that's what the R symbol here is for. Yeah, I think I didn't prepare the player enough for this luring trick, even without the screen scroll. So, a bit of a level design oversight there again. I should have incorporated this kind of setup somehow earlier on. But, you know, if all else fails, you can still damage boost, so I didn't want you to do that, but you can. Also didn't want myself to take damage there, but I sure can. So yeah, we're at the end, and yeah, at the end here there's actually a floor to step on, so you're safe here. It's like a safety net for when you get the goal up there. But that safety net wasn't always there, because for some reason I thought when you get the goal you could never sink down that far in time, but you actually can very easily. So just go all the way here and just drop down, and yep. Yeah, absolutely can, so yeah, had to go back and fix that and release a new version. Not too big of a deal, but, you know, didn't thought that things would be this unfair at the end there. 2-4, the Lotus Effect. Some nice rain on layer 3 here, some chill music too. I've heard from a handful of people that this rain effect is really pleasantly smooth. Yeah, there we go, disable the background there for a second. It's actually scrolling diagonally, so that's how it's moving so smoothly, so the whole layer is moving. Technically, I think there's some color animation in there too, but that's barely doing anything really. So yeah, all about the movement here. So yeah, thanks to the people in the community, by the way, for convincing me not to settle for my first choice here. My first choice of rain effect was way less smooth, and I think I almost was satisfied with that. So yeah, shoutouts to, I don't know who, but the people who left feedback there. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with the background here actually too, like the layer 2 background. Whoop. Not very happy with landing on the Lotus, but that's life. So yeah, there we go. Even though it's kind of just, you know, the World 1 forest background with some leaf textures on the top and the bottom there, but somehow this just feels way more dense and lush, and I don't know, I just like that a lot better. And yeah, we got lotuses. Just your regular old Mario enemy there. But I don't know, I like lotuses. I like the projectile pattern. It's fun to design around. Interesting movement there. So you can just grab it like that, there we go. And then you have to bounce on the Koopa, there we go. So yeah, these platform graphics on the trees here, they're actually lifted from something I made way back in 2011. So they're technically the oldest thing that I made for this hack, if you want to call it that. Yeah, they're from something, from a level I made for a collab hack in the community called Super Mario World Central Production 2, if that rings any kind of bell. But yeah, they're basically lifted straight from there, because, I don't know, it's still thought they looked good. They held up. Gotta use the shell there. There we go. And after the midpoint, I like to introduce new things after the midpoint. So we got the slugs. Whoop. That you can bounce on for some inexplicable reason. I don't actually remember where these slugs came from, like in my mind, like what inspired me to make them. I know I was inspired by something, I just can't remember what. I was like, oh hey, yeah, that's good. I could make bouncy slugs, that would be cool. And then I made them. Like 3 years later, I think, when I finally got around to making this level, after having the initial idea. That'd be a one-up up there. Maybe we can arrange that. Yeah, it can be arranged. Thank you very much. So yeah, all kinds of slug and lotus interaction here from now on in the second half. This level used to be... Oops, this used to be a lot longer, by the way. I had even more slug and lotus interaction. But then I actually hit the level length limit in Lunar Magic, the level editor, so I had to keep distilling and distilling and distilling. But it was probably for the better, because, you know, this feels kind of natural, this feels kind of nice. Doesn't feel like anything's missing. Yeah, this is getting a little tricky, or at least just requiring you to update your direction. Oop. There we go, yeah. I don't actually remember, if you don't have a raccoon, how you meant to get this coin. I think it was, you know, either thwack the lotus, or the usual non-cape way would, I think, be to use the slug to get on top here, and then you kind of jump over, maybe? I think so, yeah. Some more jumping setups. This really exploring all the ways you could possibly bounce off a slug. And yeah, here you gotta go on top, because that's where the goal is. It's not on the bottom, so just one more encounter with 2 slug friends is necessary. And there we go, level done. So, lava considered harmful. So yeah, this time the cave level for this world is a lava cave, because, you know, summer is hot. Pretty happy with how the background turned out here, so yeah, it's all layer 3 actually, so no layer 2 here, because yeah, we'll see right in a second. Yep, we got these lava pillars up here. They're on layer 2, and they shoot up from the ground. And there's these bubbles on the bottom there that actually to tell you where it's gonna be shooting up from. So, you know, a bit of fairness. At first I had them only visible like during the bubble animation, so it'd only be evident when the bubble is animating there. But yeah, I thought it would be better to have something visible there at all times, so I can kind of anticipate it before you get there. Be careful here. So yeah, this must have been when around the time the new version of Lunar Magic came out, because that one let you finally change the level size. So you used to only have horizontal and vertical levels available, like in the original Mario world. But now you can make the level taller in the editor and still be horizontal, but just have more vertical room. And this was the first level where I had to do that, or I wanted to do that. I had to make the level taller, because otherwise the lava pillar wouldn't fit. Because that takes up more than one whole screen, and there's kind of trickery or jankiness with scrolling layers anyway. So yeah, even now there's some trickery to how they move, because it looks like it's shooting up there, then moving up for a whole second or so, and then moving up and away, but it's only tall enough to barely fit on the screen, so it just what it does is kind of stops and animates the graphics like there, so it looks like it's constantly in motion, but it's just up, stop, and then further up. So this is what I had to do to create the illusion of a really long pillar there. So yeah. And this is, I guess, the intro to climbing ropes, so In case you weren't familiar with them, they're on safe ground first, and then, yeah, and you don't actually have to use them for these couple of setups just to get, acquainted with them. Yeah, I think I messed up a bit here because, well, I was gonna show that when you get this power up on the far left, yeah, if that's a flower, like it would have been supposed to be, then it's really hard to get because you can't really jump up from the rope and then swerve your way around because, well, I don't know, just didn't see that coming, I guess. Yeah, let's actually get that one up. And you saw that lava, by the way. Yeah, let's just do one more. This lava is actually just hurt water, so you can actually swim in it. It's not insta-kill. You can swim in it if you're brave enough. Here you almost dip down, but nothing to worry about. There we go, got the midpoint. And second half, as always, kind of switching things up, but not too much. Yeah, we got horizontal ropes now. Doesn't make a lot of sense, I guess, and I don't actually know where I got the idea from. I think I just had this idea of, climbing horizontally to avoid something vertically. So this horizontal-vertical interplay, I guess. I guess it's just something I like to do in levels in general. Like in 2.1 we had the hay bales falling vertically as this vertical obstacle. So the players down there moving left to right, and the hay bales are this vertical thing to kind of, I don't know, counter motion, if that makes sense. And same thing with the lava pillars here, interacting with your horizontal movement and the horizontal ropes. I should really pay more attention, but I do not. So yeah. Yeah, just kind of, this is what I mean, you move horizontally and there's something vertical that gets in your way. And yeah, this time you save on the right, so if you push forward, sometimes you save by holding back, sometimes you save by pushing onward, but yeah, there's always some safety somewhere. And yeah, this is actually a tricky one to get. See what I mean? Good thing that lava isn't insta-kill. Bad thing that I'm still not that good at it. But yeah, it was bound to happen. Not like I'm low on lives. No, that's what I mean. I'm being really generous with coins and lives here, so I had to come up with some excuse to not make them seem worthless and not worth getting. But we did get all the coins, and now they're the nice, friendly, checkable pattern telling us that there's no need to worry about these anymore, even if we died. It's just a real weight lifted off our shoulders, I think. Well, I'm speaking for a lot of players by saying that. Now let's actually be careful about this. I think this time we might be... No, we still might be... Yeah, we're safer by keeping to the right. There we go. And now that we don't have to get this coin anymore, we can just... Whoop, there we go. And this is actually basically the same setup as just a moment ago. I had wanted to put 2 lava pillars here instead of 1 to like ramp up the difficulty. There we go. But with 2 pillars, there were times when you just couldn't avoid them. So with 1 pillar, no matter how you time your climbing, you can always get out of the way somehow. But yeah, with 2, I don't know. Same setup again, pretty much. Couldn't be bothered. And yeah, now just a tiny vertical scroller to wrap things up. I had ropes here originally and also lava pillars, so continuation of the gimmick, but the ropes kept despawning and the setups were kind of janky, so I thought, let's just have a rising lava section without any ropes. That's a staple too, right? And there we go. So, Graveyard of the Nameless. A lot of things to say about this one, I think. This is an interesting one. So, the Graveyard of the Nameless is actually a real-life place. So, there's an island in the North Sea called Heligoland, or Helgoland in German. It's part of Germany. I went there many times as a kid. And yeah, it has this tiny cemetery almost hidden among the sand dunes for unidentified bodies that were washed ashore. Like, I don't know, decades ago when you couldn't always identify people that reliably. So yeah, there's these headstones with no names on them, gravel kind of floor, the hedges, and it's all among the dunes right next to the beach. So yeah, that's definitely where I got the inspiration from, for the visuals. Gravel floor, nameless headstones, hedges and sand dunes. Yeah, this is pretty much the vibe it has in real life, except for the booze, I think, and the dry bones. Didn't really meet any of them while I was there. Maybe they only come out at night. That would be proper spooky. Yeah, so this here is a moment where I've seen many people go, wait, what? How am I supposed to get that? How am I gonna get that coin? What? And yeah, Munch is blocking the coin. And yeah, in early versions of this hack, they weren't completely blocking the coin, so you could damage boost your way to get that. But I saw people do that and I was like, no, you don't have to get hurt. I don't want you to think that you have to get hurt here. I don't want you to think that I would intend for something like that to happen. So yeah, the intended way is same with this pipe here. The intended way is to get a silver P-switch and come back later and just leave that be for now. So that is what we're gonna do. And yeah, also you see this block and then you think, looks like I need a shell to hit that. So you make this mental note of things that you need to come back to. And that's kind of a bit of a puzzle aspect to it, I think. Yeah, now we're underground. Now you see, now you need a blue P-switch to get to the midpoint there. I think I should have made it more obvious than just these two blocks here. Should have put a whole, I don't know, barricade up there, but yeah. And yeah, from that point on, you pretty much got all the puzzle pieces. So it's not even that much of a puzzle, really. It's just, well, at least not that much item babysitting, as they call it. So you now have to carry an item too far before you use it. Yeah. In this underground section, I'm not sure if you noticed there, but there's stuff going on down there. Multiple layers. There's a layer below that you can't really go to yet. And I was kind of surprised how invisible it all seemed to the players I've watched while they're up here in the first section. Like, there's the silver P right down there. And now you know how to get past the munches, but it seemed like many people just didn't notice that on the first run, which is understandable. Sure, no offense or anything, but it's really interesting because, hey, I gave you all the clues, right? But that's not the way the mind works, apparently. So yeah, and this shell here too, I made sure that you can bring it with you with all those arrows and all that pointing to it. It used to be not as obvious in the earlier versions, so you had a Koopa there that you had to jump on to even make it into a shell, so it's maybe not that obvious that you had to utilize it, but yeah. This is the only shell on the level, so let's bring it with us. And we get back here, and as promised, we hit this block. Now this is the blue P-switch, and maybe you remember from the earlier ghost houses that blue P-switches turn blocks into coins, and maybe you remember from playing the original Super Mario World that they don't yet turn munches into coins. Yeah, but yeah, you remember where we need a blue one, so just a couple steps back and we get the midpoint. So yeah, this is another spot like where I kind of relied on the knowledge what blue and silver P-switches do. So if you don't know that silver switches get rid of munches and blue switches get rid of blocks, you don't really know what to do here on your first encounter of this level, so it's like trial and error a bit. Yeah, I didn't really accommodate for people not knowing their switch colors, so that one's on me if you've been confused by that, but for the most part I think it worked out fine. So yeah, now we take the silver P with us, not too long a journey. You can hit it right here if you want, but let's play it a little safer and take a couple steps further. No, not in the pipe yet, because there is a coin waiting for us. There we go. All good. And now there's even a third level underground that you might have seen coming or might not. Doesn't matter though. And there's the second to last coin on the left. I kind of struggled with placing the coins here because, you come back through the same section multiple times, so the second time you go through it, there's no more coins left to get, so they're kind of front-loaded, I guess. So I had to place some at the very end just to balance that out. But they're all kind of in weird places, I think. Yeah, a lot of decoration here, the Ghost Beach aesthetic, and I think this is another pipe you can go back through if you want, if you realize that you missed the coin back there. But yeah, wood and sand is almost like a pirate ship. Yeah, I even made sure you could go back through that pipe twice in case you missed the coin twice. Yay, nice feature. So yeah, there's the last one. There we go. The background here is actually different from the one at the start, I don't know if you noticed, but like the sand dunes are bigger here now. This was actually my first attempt at making this background. Yeah, but then I put it at the start section and it just didn't feel right. It felt too big there for some reason, but you know, here at the end it fits kind of nicely. And we're out of the graveyard anyway, so yeah, no more graves, just sand dunes and an implied coastline right behind there. There we go. So by the way, yeah, that real-life graveyard of the Nameless, that has like a stone tablet, I guess, with a poem carved into it, and that more or less says, we don't know how you got washed up here, don't know where you're from, but here among the dunes you can rest. You can rest with no home, but at least in peace, or something like that. And I was kind of planning on translating that poem to English, actually, and putting it in a message box somewhere in this level, maybe like at the end or something. But yeah, that didn't work out for various reasons, and it also would have been kind of like out of character for this hack, I think, to have this kind of message there to the dead, but yeah, didn't end up doing it. Now, yeah, Ocean Flower Aquarium, the summer castle. Yeah, I went with the watery theme again because, I don't know, I associate summer with the sea. Is that too weird? You know, and then the contrast between the hot weather and the cool water. And yeah, I wanted to go with a brighter color scheme here. It's almost like a palace. A really bright, sunlit aquarium place. Especially after that dark ghost level, it's, you know, gotta have some contrast. Now wondering how you get that coin there, but not for too long, because there is a switch. What does it do? It raises the water level. Yeah, now it's higher. Now you can swim anywhere we want, which conveniently includes this whole section with the coin. There we go. So, well, but now there's a fish blocking the way. And yeah, it's even solid, so you can't damage boost through it. Gotta press that switch here to lower the water back down. And all the switches, they don't toggle the water, they just set it to a specific level. So you can now press it all you want, and it's just going to do the same thing it did the first time. Yeah, there's 3 different water levels here, and the switches, they actually have icons on them, so this one, you know, it's like the lowest level. They have like low, medium and high water levels, just not spelled out. There we go, this one's got a bit of water on its sign, so it's the medium level. And if we want to, we can now go back here for a nice delicious 1-up. There we go, and now we can continue back up here. So what I like about this level is it kind of feels like it's a puzzle level, but you don't really have to think. you can mostly just go through it. Like most of the time you just need to press the next switch you see, and that lets you go further. So there we want the water to be low, so we can get past the fish here, but that switch here just makes it high. But that does let us go up here, and then there's the low switch. But yeah, not a lot of deep thought required. But you can take a little detour to get to this bonus pipe. And here, this is also not a puzzle, not really. You just lower the water here, and then be careful not to accidentally make it high again. to, not make the fish block away. So lower it and then just avoid the switches, which it's actually very easy to step on them by accident. So just go over it. Here we go. And there we go. And then you gotta raise the water again to get out of it. And that puts back the status quo. So throw block here is kind of useless. It'll expire eventually, but nope. I was gonna say we can kill the plant, but then it expired. Yeah, but yeah, now we can hit the switch. That makes it all the way down. And now we can go past the fish. So yeah, there's basically two obstacles here. The platforms that float. So you want to raise the water, and the fish blocking the way, so you want to lower the water. And I just try to put them together in some kind of pleasing sequence, and I think it worked out pretty well actually. So yeah, now we get to raise it, but that raises us up too high, so that's no good. But now this switch is also free, and that makes it be at the level we want. But again, there is this bonus pipe. And this one's a bit jank, I admit. So you'll see, you want the water low so you can get past the fish, of course. But you also want the water high so you can reach the coin up there. So what do? Low doesn't work, high doesn't work. So the way I coded the fish is that when it's out of the water, it starts flopping. And when it goes back in the water, it starts swimming, but it always starts swimming left, like a fixed distance from wherever it started. So if you time it right, like here, yeah, that's enough. You can make it go further left than it was before. So yeah, eventually it will just go so far left that it'll fall off the ledge, and then you can raise the water up high, and then you can get past it. And you don't even actually need to time it that well, because I think it's enough to just press the switches randomly in confusion, because it tends to go to the left always, so eventually you'll just get it. Apparently you can also just raise the fish, which I didn't know it was possible, but I have since accepted it as an alternate solution, so I mean, if you want to call it, I know whatever works. Whatever floats your fish, I guess. So now we hit that switch, and yeah, onwards we go. Those corals, by the way, I think they are reused from the seahorse level. I don't actually remember, but that probably used this decoration there too, right? You can go back and check. Yeah, midpoint, and it's really just more of the same here right now. So hit whatever switch you find, and then reap the benefits. Being careful not to get hit by the fire too much. There we go, now we can drop down here. And that gets the water all the way high, and also lets us get the coin. There we go. Whoop. And here it's an actual race this time. Nothing too bad, so especially now that I got rid of the fish. So bring it down. Get some power-ups if you want, but I'm actually good. Then hit the switch and then miss it, so you drop it down again, and then get to the platform in time and just ride the elevator. So yeah. And here we got another puzzle. You can cheese if you want, but let's do it for real. So you lower the water, there we go. Then you hit the blocks so they're not solid, and then either ride it back up or just walk here. Any way works. Yeah, just another puzzle that I wanted to put in, but that you can cheese if you want, which I'm not gonna be mad about. You do you, friend. But yeah, now you want it to be at that level again. There we go. And now it's just the last couple of setups before it's boss time. And here's just one water level gate to make sure it's in the proper position for the boss fight. There we go. So bit of an intro animation, kind of like Yoshi's Island. And the goal here is you can jump on it and it changes attacks. So now it fires these fireballs bouncing at you. You hit it again, and now it just fires this big fireball that breaks the blocks. There we go. And what you want to do is to get down to the switch so you can eventually hit it and kill the fire flower with water. Oop, so kind of like Mario 3 Bowser actually, is what a lot of people say when they encounter this boss. And yeah, I think that was the inspiration. Must have been. And whoop. Yeah, I want to make you shoot one more fireball. Let's make this work out, please. Oops. But yeah, that works. That's good. So this is another thing where some people didn't realize what to do at first because they didn't see the switch down there. Then after they died, they looked at the screen and were like, "Ooh, that's what I gotta do," which is just really interesting. Some visual psychology there, or whatever. But yeah, these blocks, they're actually semi-solid, so you don't need to put that path in the middle. It doesn't actually matter where you carve your path. Once you're down there, you can just walk on over to the switch. And there we go, fighting fire with water. Sometimes works. And there we go. That's World 2 basically done. But yeah, before we go to Autumn, which we have now unlocked, before we go do that, let's do the special level, which we still have left. Relax and float downstream. Yeah, this is another level that I have a lot to say about, I think. So yeah, it's a swamp kind of thing. We got the Goomba telling us that this is poison. It's actually just hurt water again. It's like the lava, it's not insta-kill. So yeah, it's an auto-scroller, and there come the spider enemies. The graphics here, they're very much referenced from the new Super Mario Bros. Games. The Scuttlebugs, I think they're called there. But they're not literally the Scuttlebugs, they're more like nondescript spider enemies that happen to look like them. Boxing gloves and stripes. And when you hit them, their threads kind of retreat upwards, which is something I'm really proud of. So yeah, this level, like I said, I have a bit of a... There we go. I have a bit of a fascination with forest settings and really deep swamps and stuff like that, especially with water running through them here. And I knew long before I made this level, like years before, I knew how I wanted it to look. And there's this, there we go, there's this riverbank near where I grew up, and it's just a really beautiful place. Took lots of reference photos there, went there a lot, and I intended to somehow put it all together into a background for this level. And yeah, then I just put it off for a really long time because I was afraid it wasn't gonna live up to my expectations. Because, yeah, you know, making forest backgrounds, as I said, it's just really hard. And my first attempt at it was really garbage. I was afraid I wasn't gonna do any better, but that kind of put me down. But yeah, I went back the next day and then started from scratch, and out came that, and I was just really happy with it. You know, I missed that coin there, which I didn't intend. But that's how it sometimes works out. But yeah, this background now with the trees in the foreground and the scrolling water, I'm just really happy with. So we got the trees and the water on layer 2, and yeah, the backdrop on layer 3. There we go. As well as the reflections, actually, they're also on layer 3. Yeah, the parallax and the reflections all very intricate here. And so this log platform actually pretty much had to be on the sprite layer for it to all work. And yeah, I kind of had to do all sorts of janky, weird things to make the Koopas properly interact with it. Still a little janky, especially when you get the P-switch there and the physics are kind of wonky, but no. Yeah, but nothing I could help anymore. I think it's as non-jank as it gets. But yeah, I wanted to get that missing coin anyway. And yeah, these blocks here, they're like a cross between the Super Mario World blocks and the Yoshi's Island design, more or less. So the Nep nuts, or whatever they're called. So not like reskins that are actually coded from scratch. And here it says A, spin jump on the block to get that coin. There we go. And yeah, this is when we introduce spiders back into the biome. So now we have them interacting. So that's the way I like to do it a lot. Like primary gimmick, secondary gimmick after the midpoint, and then explore kind of how they play together. And just make harder and harder setups with them. So yeah. Did we get all coins? Oh yeah, we got that last coin by damage boosting. So yeah, like I said, the music in this hack is completely original. Again, thank you so much, everyone. I have seen people though playing this who are adamant that this song is from Donkey Kong Country 3, which is pretty cool, I guess. And I admit it does feel like that one tree song. I think I probably would have been fooled myself, had I not been the one that this song was made for. But yeah, missed that. Yeah, I think the creator actually said that he had DKC3 on his mind when making this, so that makes sense. Dang it, that was just a one-up. Yeah, a lot to say about this level. Definitely a lot of Donkey Kong Country inspiration throughout this hack as a whole, so yeah. There we go. And yeah, this must have been one of my favorite levels to make once I got the background down. And it still is my favorite level in the hack overall, at least one of my favorites, so really happy with that turned out. Oh yeah, let's not do Star World yet, let's actually move on to Autumn. Oh yeah, by the way, in case you haven't noticed, the level layout on this island, whoops, it's always the same in each season. So we have grassland, we got waterside, underwater, forest, then mountain or cave, and then ghost house, and then castle. So the specific theme can vary, like the waterside can be riverside, can be a beach, or the mountain can be a cave level or a climbing level, but the general location is always consistent. Yeah, they're not meant to be like literally the same physical location every season, so it's not like the exact same meadow that was Flower Field now has the hay bales on them. So it's just, it's really just an abstract placeholder for level themes. But yeah, that's why each world has an underwater level, and why it's always the third level in each world. The more you know. So yeah, let's move on to fall or autumn, whatever you call it. Summer moved on with some golden trees here. So yeah, 3-1. Same background as before, same tile set that we've already seen, but colored brown this time. And here we have the acorn. Yeah, now this really is just a football reskin, so all those other times where people were wondering if this was a reskin, this is a reskin, it's just a regular old football. Whoops. Except it has less RNG, so it's actually more consistent the way you jump on them, which I thought was nice. And yeah, for the first kind, you can try the Goomba, you can try jumping on it, doesn't work. You can try provoking the Chuck right here, but what you're actually supposed to do here is persuade the football to come with you for a bit. Oh, the acorn, I should say, there we go. So yeah, first appearance of the Chuck, and they're blue now, like in the original artwork for Super Mario World, not the game, but the manual illustration, I guess. I don't know why I did that, I thought I might as well change that. And now I've gotten so used to it that Chucks are just blue to me now, yeah. Also, apparently fall or autumn or whatever is football season over in America, which I didn't know. So it's kind of more apt than I thought that fall introduces the football Chucks. But that's purely by coincidence. I just didn't want to introduce the Chucks too early on in the game. So they're fun, but they're also very complex enemies. So best not to put them in like level 1. But yeah, World 3 by coincidence is definitely Chuck World. For better or for worse. There we go on the cape. That's gonna be useful against the Chucks. Nice. And also the footballs / acorns. There we go. And in case you didn't know, Chucks can break blocks, which I'm teaching here, and then immediately rewarding you for getting the point. But You can also absolutely just cape Thwack them if you're so inclined. Yeah, doesn't matter. Because I just, helpfully got rid of the Chuckness out there, so he wasn't available for demonstration. But yeah, Raccoon there to save the day. There we go. This is another one of the short levels. No, don't break that block. That was supposed to be a 1-up, but oh well. And yeah, here you gotta lure the Chuck because there's a lot of blocks coming up. There we go. But again, it's not actually that important, but because you can... There we go, that's what I wanted to show. You can do this with the cape, and if you do that, you are going to glitch through those blocks. But I thought of that. Or rather, I think beta testers pointed it out eventually, so yeah, I put that little ledge down below to catch you, to make sure that you can always just go back up here. Short level over already, just to ease you into fall. And there we go. So, flooded plains. Yeah, the fall waterside level is a floodplain, and it's all grey and rainy. This is what a lot of fall feels like to me, so I kind of wanted to capture that particular feeling. So the first level shows the bright side of fall. It's sunny golden leaves and all that. This is kind of the dull grey side of it. So even the sky is overcast, which you don't often see in Mario levels. And this is not a lake, this is a floodplain. I grew up living pretty much on a floodplain. Most years we get a flood at least once a year, or at least some massive puddles, depends on the year. But yeah, it's not often a full water surface like that, but when it is, it's really cool, and this is kind of a reference to that. Never mind that we don't usually get floods in fall, it's more like late winter, sometimes summer, but the association kind of felt right to me. So I went with the flooded plains for fall. These jumping fish, by the way, they're kind of nice to deal with, like a choreography to jump on them. I'm not sure if you noticed, but they have slightly lower gravity than everything else. Basically gave them like 3/4 gravity, I think, or 1/3, I don't know. But that way they're way more fun to jump on, because they're more in sync with when you're actually on your downwards arc or something like that. And they're also more reliable than not glitching through you. And also, I coded them to like stay in sync with each other, like these two here. So when there's one of them on screen already, the other fish will lock themselves into the same position in the jump arc and also the same speed. So they're all synchronized with each other, which again is something you probably don't really notice, but trust me, the level would feel way more chaotic without that. So that's kind of a necessary thing. And here we guess that he spawned them. The more you know. But yeah, didn't want to miss this one here. Because... nice brown-purple tinted underwater section, which I guess you can interpret as mud. In real life this would just be a huge mud puddle, I guess. Yep, there we go. And we're at the midpoint. Can kind of make use of my slow fall here, and there's Lakitu, full size this time, so no longer in the background. And he's throwing acorns, yep. So it's just your normal Mario World Lakitu enemy, except he's throwing footballs/acorns now. And this can get quite tricky. And these platforms here, they're actually there to shield you from the footballs, kind of. Because they can get annoying sometimes, so I'm safe here, fortunately. And I actually had more than half a mind to, get rid of Lakitu here entirely, because I thought it would be too hard to deal with after all. But then none of my beta testers complained, and I thought, okay, might as well leave it in. So yeah, this is just kind of like an umbrella to shield it from the football there. Also, fun fact: for some reason, I was convinced that you couldn't reach Lakitu, get up there and kill him. I thought he'd be too high up for that, but no, you absolutely can do that. But yeah, all the better. More power to you. But you were supposed to just hit that block with the shell, And yeah, this is the section where I meant to use the shell actually. No use having a cloud here. There we go. Yep. Woohoo. Nice. By the way, yeah, for how cold and wet this level feels, I actually worked on it during the hottest weeks of the year, so it must have been summer of 2019, I think. Yeah, 2019 already, so definitely picked up the pace from making the later worlds there. Motivated by, I don't know, the end being inside, I guess. So yeah, Nautical Twilight. That's the term for the time of day after sunset, where you can still make out the horizon, I think. So yeah, I'm kind of recycling the background from World 1 here, just to change the palette and the color gradient in the back. And yeah, I made sure it's actually accurate to what Nautical Twilight is, so looked up a photo of it and kind of replicated the colors there. And some stars on top for visual interest. So yeah, I made sure it's actually accurate to what Nautical Twilight is. And there we go, it's a silhouette level. So yeah, this is definitely inspired in no small part by Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze too. But the idea for this, I think, actually goes way back to maybe before Donkey Kong Country Returns. So around 2010, I think, it was kind of a fad in the Super Mario World community to make silhouette levels, inspired by games like Limbo, I think. But yeah, that just kind of stuck with me as something that hacks do. So yeah, back when I first tried to collect ideas for making this hack, I knew I wanted to have a silhouette level. Like, that was fresh on my mind then. I even wanted to name it something like obligatory obscuration or whatever, you know, to make fun of how ubiquitous the whole thing seemed at the time. But of course it's not anymore, so that would have been a wasted reference. Yeah, now this is a shell without a Koopa in it, so it's one of the shells that don't wake up, so you can carry it for as long as you want, but we don't actually have to carry that around for too long. There we go. And we even get a 1-up for our troubles. Nice. And here's the first star coin with like in the silhouette style, so yeah. Let's go back up top actually. They'll all connect back together eventually. So, yeah. There we go. Another power up. And by the way, did you notice the sunken city here in the top and the sunken ships in the background? I almost said bathroom there. There are no shipwrecks in my bathroom. Not anymore anyway, not since I cleaned the toilet. But yeah, those shipwrecks here, whoops, they were actually copied directly from photos again. So, not hand-drawn or anything. And this time they weren't even photos that I took myself. But they were from a public domain website, so for what it's worth. And these bubbles here you can just stand on actually. And you know, underwater that means they're mostly just obstacles. Like right here, where you have to be careful not to be shoved into the spikes by them, like the dolphins. Yep, got that. So yeah, this level is actually a lot more non-linear and I guess exploratory than usual. So it just had this, I don't know, adventurous spirit to it, like with the silhouettes and with the sunken cities and this inherent vastness to it, you could say. So it didn't feel right to just have this one be a linear obstacle course like the other levels usually are. Yeah, so this is another one of those levels that are technically horizontal levels, but taller than usual. So thanks new Lunar Magic feature. So there's basically an up path and a down path, and sometimes they meet, sometimes they split. But yeah, then of course I didn't know what path the players would take, so I had to make sure the setups there were like introductory enough and not depend on each other. And yeah, again, downswimming coming in handy here with those bubble sections. So, whoops, almost ran into the fish there. That would not have been healthy, especially not right before the midpoint. So yeah. next half. So secondary gimmick here, as you will see in a second, is those huge spikes. Yeah. They're not actually the vanilla Super Mario World spikes. The scrolling here is custom made, and the movement was actually pretty tricky to work out. Hadn't done anything like it before, at least myself, because this is, yeah, see, it's less than 1 pixel per frame, but it still had to be smooth, like not like every 3 frames moving by 2 pixels or whatever. I wanted the movement to be really smooth, and that's where I learned about subpixels. The more you know. That's something I now have under my belt. And yeah, again, there's 2 paths here, which you can pretty much choose at random between, but some have star coins, some don't. I think that one down there didn't, so let's just move on. Already rambling enough as it is. Yeah, definitely want some maneuverability here, especially with the bubbles, where downswimming actually makes you go through them, so that's definitely handy. There we go. And yeah, I think this alcove or whatever you call it, this one room back here is just really cozy for some reason. I don't know why, it just feels really nice to be in there. Was there a coin back there? I think there wasn't, but no. Doesn't matter, let's take the time and check. Yeah, so you might be wondering, why is Mario's head still visible? Why is everything silhouette but Mario's head is like bright white here? It's nothing technical. It could have very well made that a silhouette, but it's a deliberate choice, and it's for multiple reasons. Oh yeah, there was something back there. Good thing I went here. It's for multiple reasons. So first, it's a little homage to Donkey Kong Country Returns. You could see Donkey Kong's tie there, so yeah. Second, it's so you can see your power-up state. The white hat is when you have a flower. The red hat is when you are just regular Super Mario, and red hat with ears on them is when you're the raccoon. And yeah, it's also so you can tell where you are on screen, so you might think it's not a big deal, but I can guarantee you, if I made the whole player a silhouette and not have the head visible, then there would have been moments where you think like, wait, where's Mario? Where am I? Where am I on the screen? And then you get hurt or something. You think, oh come on, I couldn't tell where I was. How was I supposed to know that? This is disorienting. And yeah, I just wanted to avoid the frustration there. That's one of the reasons. So yeah. And there's still, in this maze-like level, there's still a secret exit, so let's go back and do that. And yeah, I guess on the topic of the Mario graphics, the Mario sprite, you probably noticed by now, the Mario sprite is just about the only thing that I didn't redraw for Plumber for All Seasons. And I've heard a handful of people say, the Mario sprite clashes with the graphics, you should have drawn the new Mario sprite, it doesn't fit in, it's clashing. And no. I just didn't want to do that. On that was the one thing I was adamant about. And there's several reasons for that again. So, one, player sprites are just hard to draw. Player sprites, they're just hard to get right. In many of the custom player graphics I've seen, the movement just kind of feels off, like a little stiff or something. And yeah, the original Mario World graphics like you, they're not perfect. They're 30 years old or by this point, and they're not perfect, but at least they're used to them, so it's less of a reason to complain about some sloppily self-drawn graphics. And second, I think the player can get away with looking more cartoony than the environment. So like, the more interactive, the more cartoony it can be, or it can stand to be, and the more easy to read it has to be. So that's why I didn't want to draw it in the same realistic kind of style or too many colors and whatnot. And also, I think that's like the third reason. redrawing the player would make this stray a little too far, for my taste anyway, a little too far from the original Super Mario World. Let's actually get hurt here, so we have less of a chance of messing this shell thing up. Hope I'm not going to regret that later. But yeah, I still wanted the Plumber for All Seasons like tied to Super Mario World, if that makes sense. Even though all the graphics are changed, this is the one thing that kind of tells you that it's still a Super Mario World experience and not like my own game with its own ambitions and storyline or whatever. Also, I think I might be the only one here, but I think player graphics kind of affect the way it feels to play the game. It kind of affect the way it feels to experience the physics, if that makes sense. So if I had changed the graphics, then people would have been like, did he change the physics? Did I just jump higher there? Mario feels like he runs faster now, or he can't jump higher or something like that. Just by different graphics, there would be this inclination to believe that the physics were also changed. And I didn't want that. I didn't want that kind of uncertainty about it. I want players to feel at ease all the time, you know? So yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why I wasn't too keen on changing the player graphics. And here we go. Here's the secret. Something you don't really walk past on your first run through the level. Oh yeah, and also lastly, it's a low-hanging fruit, you know? It's a complaint sink. It's something that's easy to criticize for people. So it's easy to say, oh, this hack was really good, except for the Mario sprite, I wish he changed that. That's easy to say, so I had even more of a tendency not to change the player graphics, in the hopes that people will respond to that one thing, and maybe not criticize anything else, if you know what I mean. And I guess that kind of worked out, at least from what I have seen so far. So yeah, a little secret exit path here, some choreography on the fish and the bubbles, and you even get a tail to make it not necessarily easier, because now your movement is kind of out of sync with the fish, but this section is over right now anyway, so no big deal either way. So yeah, secret exit done. And we're not gonna do that until a little later. So yeah, golden brown. It's time for a bright level again, the bright side of fall. After the last two levels that were kind of on the dark side of things. And here we have the leaves. Yeah, they act like platforms, and that's pretty much it. And if you're quick there, you can get this star coin, but no worries, it respawns. There we go. So yeah, the sprite itself here, so like the enemy, the code for it, that's not actually mine, that's a community resource by Blind Devil. But I did redraw the graphics for it, and I also had the hardest time making it not look like a banana. It still kinda does, so that's why I made it a little more orange, but yeah, it does the job. And yep, now there are baseball chucks. Or they're throwing acorns in this case. Can we demonstrate that, please? Yeah, there we go. They're throwing acorns now instead of baseballs. Not sure if the baseball is also a fall thing. Probably not, right? Well, I don't know. At least acorn is not a fall thing as a sport. Or acorn ball is something I haven't heard of. Don't know. Never know. So yeah, got the autumn forest here. I'm pretty pleased with the autumn forest look in general. So that took a bit of experimenting too. My first attempt didn't really come out that great. And yeah, these trees here in the background, they're on layer 3. So there you go. And you might notice they're a little brighter in the middle and darker on the top and bottom, because the middle part only looked good when it was bright, and the edges only look good when they were dark, so I kind of had to put a color gradient on them. And that's the only way I could get them to look right. Don't really notice, but it makes a difference, believe me. And yeah, all the way back there is a variation on the one I used in the Spring Ghost House level, actually. But now with bright fall sunlight shining through. And yeah, it's a nice atmosphere, I think. I could have used like a falling leaves cluster sprite, they're called, so like a particle effect almost, like made with sprite tiles, so falling leaves everywhere in the level, but that would have been overkill, I think. Got enough things falling as it is, or particles on screen with the acorns and whatnot. So a bit of precision jumping here between the falling leaf platforms. There we go, midpoint. And yeah, there's the slugs again. It's the return of the slugs. And yeah, this is the level where we get slugs plus chucks. Double trouble, action, power, whatever. And it's actually kind of hard to maneuver around a lot of the time. So yeah, gotta time your jumps sometimes so that you're not in danger of getting hit in the face by acorns. Like here, there we go. Or here. Yeah, if you want, you can take the time to take out the chuck, which I didn't do. And now I have to deal with the consequences in the form of acorns following me around on the screen. So yeah. This one here, they take a while to fall down, so you can kind of cure your boredom with this multi-coin block here. There we go. Whoop. And now we're close to the end already. There we go, that one worked. Last coin. And last obstacle. Just get up there to the goal. There we go. Get on top. Yeah, so the mountain level. This time it's not a cave, this time it's an actual mountain you're climbing. Whoops. So I knew I wanted to include a kind of mountaintop level at some point. So I wasn't sure what to do with it, and I wasn't sure if I should be putting it in fall or in winter, but yeah, ended up here eventually. The mountain there in the background, that actually exists in real life, like this precise thing. This is from a photo I took, and then of course I messed with the colors a whole lot, so it's like this fall shade throughout. And yeah, it takes so much graphic space, it's wild. Like I had the layer 2 graphics completely filled up, so I had to use some of the layer 3 space too. So yeah, there we go. See, that part is actually on layer 3, so that was the only way I could fit the whole texture there. But no, it ended up being pretty seamless. It's not something you would notice most of the time, probably. But yeah, other than the background trickery here, this is just a regular old mountain climbing level. No real gimmick to it other than platforms. And I think, yeah, this is probably the first time we see these circling platforms and chains. And to be honest, I don't really have any memories of making this level. This was just pretty uninspired. Like, it's fine, it's okay, it's totally serviceable, but it's definitely the level I know the least about, if that makes sense, as the one who I'm pretty sure made this. Yeah, I'm also not really happy with the color scheme here, because it's kind of, you know, didn't work out there. It's kind of one note, so to speak, like all purple brownish hue throughout. Yeah, but well, I was in a gotta move on mood at that point, so I was really happy just to have one more level done and then another level done and then to finally get the thing released. That was just my main focus. So, and not like I didn't try making a good background and color scheme, right? It's just some things come easier, some things come less easy. Don't miss this coin here. And you'll notice the mountains. Oops. That wasn't meant to happen. The mountains kind of scrolled almost all the way down already, so it's really got this climbing feel to it. So I guess we're now higher than the mountaintop, which doesn't really make sense in the sense of scaling the mountain, but whatever. Don't think too much about it. So yeah, we're almost... no! that is a thing that can happen. But yeah, there's always gotta be some platform somewhere that can lift you back up again. And this level, from the layout of it, it's actually almost a square, so again, thanks new version of Lunar Magic for making levels that are not just horizontal or vertical. But yeah, I think that's where I fell. Yeah, the mountain position seems right. And yeah, that's almost scrolled all the way up to the top now. Come on, I wanted to get that coin, thank you very much. And yeah, we're kind of running out of clouds too, so time to end this level. Which we can luckily do. Okay, All Hallows Eve. Now, this one on the other hand, I have a couple more things to say about. So, yeah, Fall plus Ghost House equals a Halloween level, surely. And yeah, there's a forest theme to it as well, because, you know, fall is forest. It's mathematically equal. So yeah, I'm using 2 layers for the foreground here actually, just to have things overlap each other. It's not really evident here, but it might be later on. Come on. Yeah, there we go, for example, on this here. I'm using both foreground layers here. So, yeah, the background has to be all on layer 3 again. So, yeah. It actually looks kind of nice with the color gradient here. And even the gradient on itself, by itself, without the forest, looks pretty alright, I would say. So yeah, the coin down there, how do we get this? Flaming pumpkins, what do we do? So I wanted this level to be a bit more puzzly than even the Summer Ghost House, and more interconnected. So, but still in a way that you can see what you need to do before you get it. Like here at the beginning you see, midpoint is down there, this is probably gonna wrap around on itself. That was the intention anyway. So I remember I like scribbled down the level layout and the path you're supposed to take through it. I did that during a lecture, which is surprisingly good time for level ideas actually. And you can still listen with one ear anyway. But yeah, the pumpkins on fire here, they do hurt, so you can't really get that coin yet. But no, you shouldn't, because I don't want you to have the damage boost, or I don't want you to think you have the damage boost. So yeah, this door here is blocked off by them, so you know you're gonna have to turn them off sometime later, and in some kind of way. Or at least that was the intention for you to realize that you're gonna have to do that. Oops. Yeah, I guess I didn't really establish that these house things down there are a thing you can go into, so that kind of didn't work that well as a helping hand, but yeah, ideally you've noticed where you need to go eventually. Yeah, this pumpkin on fire thing, I'm pretty sure I got the idea from a game called Quack Attack, or Going Quackers in America, I think, a platformer starring Donald Duck. And had these flaming pumpkin obstacles that apparently stuck with me for some reason. Must have left an impression on me, so yeah, there's a coin up here. And yeah, well, this here is just a little kind of side area. It's gonna be slightly more important on the return path. Also, could you please make some room for me, Mr. Big Boo? Thank you. So yeah, let's go here where we're supposed to go. So yeah, inside the treehouse, and the plan is you go all the way down. So I guess you can't really do it any other way, but you'll see what I mean. Here we go. That one's the one up there, should I get it? Let's try. There we go. Oops. And I was gonna ask myself if I should get that power up, but now it's definitely worth it. Now it's not anymore. Now it is again. Phew! Okay. So yeah, this is just a kind of a control to fall down. So yeah, the plan is you go all the way down, and now you come out right below where you started. So it's just a vertical drop. So here's the midpoint up there that we could see before. And yeah, I've heard from a couple of people that these trees here, they're really hard to distinguish between what's solid and what's not. Like these here are solid, but this one isn't. And yeah, I see what you mean now. But at the time, when I made this, for some reason I thought it was really clear. Like here, I didn't think about it at all, rather. So I mean, the pastel ones, they were a darker shade, and I've kept them off with a ledge here. So yeah, I didn't really think about that you could even confuse them at all. But yeah, I see how you could still get confused. But I don't know if making them any darker would have helped things. Well, at least now it won't, because I'm not about to change that anymore. But so, oh well. Oops. I'm not sure if you noticed, but down there was the goal already. So now we just have to do some detours to get to it. And yeah, here's a coin that you really just can get right now. So the pumpkins are not actually just hurting, they're solid too. So yeah, you just gotta leave it be for now. So what you're meant to do is enter the house right here, just for the time being. Do some platforming, including sliding if you will, there we go. And yeah, that switches the pumpkins from flaming to non-flaming, from flammable to inflammable, from inflammable to non-inflammable. So yeah, now they're all switched around. Now you can get the coin, there we go. And now my idea was for you to remember the house way back at the start that you couldn't get in. And the quickest way to get there is actually through this top route here. And just let yourself drop a bit. There we go, and even got the coin. Don't even need to do with all the down platforming. And, ooh, is this the end? No, it's a little fake out. Just a cute ghost there saying, ooh, fooled you. It's all in good fun though, because it's not really like you're being punished, because, yep, there's the real end. There we go. Last level of autumn, or a fall, of both actually. So yeah, a grazing maze. So after this kind of disorienting ghost house, this one's more straightforward now. So I've got these ball and chain pendulums as the gimmick, and well, it's just some straightforward platforming again, really. Let's get acquainted with the way they move. There we go. So yeah, this. I did not get acquainted with the way I bonked my head sufficiently. So yeah, this is your regular old linear castle level with some grassy ledges there, and also some tree elements to it that should be coming up. There we go. Yeah, there's some tree trunks, so some castle plus wood, I guess. Yeah, just kind of what fall is to me, like earthy and wooden and brown. So that's what I wanted to convey here. Oh, I don't know, the color scheme here is a little too brown in hindsight, I think. A little too dark, maybe. I tried to make it lighter, more palatial, I guess, like the summer one, but that just didn't look as good. So yeah, at some point you just gotta move on. Spin jump, there we go. Happy with the windows in the back though. Yeah, with the strip of light shining through them. And yeah, this one's layer 3, and layer 2 still got the bit of a parallax on it, like the trees in the back. And together with the other layer, then definitely. And yeah, the second half again is just more of the same gimmick. Whoops. More of the same gimmick plus another mechanic that should be coming right up. Let's get that coin first. Wow, rude. There we go. So yeah, secondary gimmick is like leaf platforms and also chucks. There we go. So these mazes are set up like so you don't really have to think about how you time your jumps. So you can just, if you just go through, then you're gonna have not too much of a bad time. Just whoop. There you go. Whoop again. And now this isn't the boss door actually, but we're not far. It's kind of a pre-boss room, I guess. And yeah, this is the light scheme I was talking about. I think it wouldn't have worked for the whole level, but for this one room here, I think it's fine. Also preparing us for the boss battle with just bright and outside the treetops, so a bit of a transition here. Remember to get the midpoint, and there we go. And what's it gonna be? It's a big chuck that you can jump on, and then runs after you, and it's getting faster and faster. Yep, and yeah, when he's flashing red, he's invincible, so you gotta wait out the acorns, which you can also spin jump on. And now you can hurt him. There we go. And he gets rid of the ground. That's gonna be making things a little harder. That's actually also kind of inspired by Quack Attack. So the idea of the boss removing the ground bit by bit. Yeah, that game kind of left an impression on me, more than I initially thought. But yeah, I keep coming back to that. And now it's just me and you, my platform and your platform, and me trying to get out of the way, which isn't too difficult because you have some generous invincibility. Now it's just hopefully just a matter of jumping on you. There we go. And for the final trick, yep, falling to his doom. Some sound effects there, my attempt at comedic timing. And yeah, now that he's gone, you can actually stand on the ground again. So I didn't want to actually bring the graphics back. That would have been a bit too much effort, and also not really make sense that the trunks just come back. But, you know, just to make sure you don't fall off after you've had your well-earned victory. So, yeah, there you go. And yeah, before we go to winter, which we unlock now, let's go back and check out the secret. 3S, Monty's laying low. So this is kind of a cave level, but we start with a little outside section. And that is actually the same mountain from earlier, you know, same graphics, same photo. But now it's further in the distance, which makes sense because we're not that right up to it. And I also put this kind of color gradient on it, so it kind of fades away towards the top. So aerial perspective or whatever it's called. And yeah, bit of a secret up here. Easy life if you want. And there we go. And yeah, the gimmick here is moles. Just moles. Didn't really think of anything other than that. So the main section here is kind of this mine shaft setting. A cave plus some trees and wooden structures. Whoops. There we go. So yeah, I can see what you mean about the passability of things. Now it's kind of hard to distinguish and how the trees and the solid part and the passable part are kind of similar. I get it. Oh well. But yeah. So yeah, this is one of those levels that I really didn't know what to do with, but not because I was not for a lack of inspiration, but because I had multiple ideas that I was debating on what the most effective one would be. So yeah, at first I think I wanted to go with like a really dark cave, really dark mine shaft with like a spotlight effect. Maybe you could carry a shining block with you to keep the spotlight with you, so as a light source, like was that in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I think? I don't remember. But yeah, that can't stay gotten, fortunately. And then also I was thinking of a sewer level, maybe. So it would have been kind of cool. Sewer and autumn just kind of fits, you know, I don't know, dark, wet vibe of it. It would have been kind of cool, but I forgot about the idea, and then just didn't remember it until after I had made the level. So, well, it's a mine now. It's a mine with molds now. A normally lit mine. Well, we do have these layer 2 lights in the background here. And they're actually on layer 2 for reasons I don't remember instead of layer 3. But it was important technical reasons. Whoops. You can ride the Mega Molds. I'm just not willing to demonstrate. There we go. The Mega Mold graphics, they're kind of wonky, by the way. I don't actually know how to draw molds that well. I just kind of stuck by Super Mario World's design really closely. And yeah, for this one we do need a power-up, which we don't yet have. I was kind of hoping that I wouldn't be so power-up starved here at this point. Maybe we gotta go back to that one, or we can... No, I think we just gotta go back to that one. Doesn't matter, it's okay. So here we have the only star in the entire hack. Stars are fun, you know, gotta have at least one star run. We couldn't get a new star music track, unfortunately, so we were kind of out of time by that point, I think. So the musicians and I. Yeah, sometime very early on, I actually thought it would be cool to have the star music be... I think Played Alive is what the song's called, so it's by Safri Duo, however you pronounce them, so an actual real-life song anyway. But yeah, now that we have an original soundtrack, that's even better. So not kind of the leftover Mario World songs, which are not the original soundtrack, but still familiar at least. Gotta go back for that one coin. That's, yeah, kind of the shame about you know, that when you beat the level, the midpoint gets reset, so you can't even choose whether you want to start from the midpoint or not. But that's like how the original game does it, so it wasn't really something I thought about. And it's not like it's a huge deal, so all the other coins stay collected anyway, so we just gotta make our way back to that one sneaky coin in particular, and make sure we gotta keep our raccoon this time. Or at least the tail part of it. The ears, probably not that important. So, just be a little more careful, I was gonna say. But we can still stock up, that's fine. So yeah, just float your way to the bottom platform here, and now you can hit that thing from below, and it is a vine, it is a coin, it is the level done. And now we can actually do winter. So, there we go. And isn't that lovely? So, yeah, this is actually one of the few songs that I composed for this hack. So, like, not the port to Super Mario World, but at least the actual composition of it. Mostly just for time reasons. My personal deadline was approaching for release of the hack, and we didn't have a Winter Overworld song yet, so I just dug out a composition of mine and fleshed it out. And, you know, it does the job. The rest of the music in this hack is way better, you know, being made by actual music people. I'm just happy that my songs don't get singled out as, you know, the obviously bad ones. So yeah. Also, never mind that these trees are like coniferous trees or whatever they're called, but they used to be brown in fall. But don't think too much about it. It's alright. It's alright. So yeah, for one, beautiful sight. We're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Same building blocks here for the background as usual, plus the kind of rundown fence for some color contrast. You know, winter it's most interesting when it's cold and warm tones together. So this blue, purple stuff and the warm brown kind of stuff. And here we are, these snowman enemies. They're not really special as far as behavior goes. So just, you know, they run around and they can hurt you if you're not careful. Although this one, no, not that one, but that one, yeah, that one's got spikes on him, so you can't jump on him. You can still spin jump on him. So, well, my intention was that there are little carrot spikes up there, so same as his nose. You know, something to signal that he's not not jumpable on. Not conventionally jumpable, that was the word I was looking for. So yeah, this the snow effect, by the way. I pulled out all the stops for this one, so it's fading in slowly over the course of the level. Like more and more pixels become opaque eventually, and the speed also changes. The speed of the snowfall. It starts out slow, and by the end, you'll see it's like a real snowstorm. And I also have really fine control over it, so I can set the speed and everything. I can control when it changes. I can make it however intense I want. So yeah, maybe kind of weird to put effort into that of all things, but it's the small details. Details add up, and I had fun, figuring it out, working it out, coding it up, and that's what arguably counts. So yeah, now we have quite commendable snowfall already, just a few more screens in. There we go, and you can slide kill them. Midpoint, and now, yeah, now we have snowmen throwing snowballs. So, yeah, a little, I don't know, cannibalistic isn't the right word, but self-resourceful? No, that's not even, you know what I mean, and if you don't, that's not important. So yeah, they're throwing snowballs, and they hurt you, obviously, so try not to get in their way. These snowman enemies here, they're taken from a level I made for a level design contest back in 2011, I think it was, or 2010, something like that. So yeah, I thought of the enemies way back then, but they're remade from scratch here, including graphics. The old ones really weren't much to write home about. And yeah, I can set the snowball trajectory how I want for each snowman separately, so they kind of tailor to always be either the most annoying or the most fair, depends on what you want. There we go, bit of a sneaky coin there, or a sneaky pipe, which leads to a coin. Let's see if I can still reliably do it, because that's actually one of the hardest jumps in the game. Whew. That's good. I'm not sure if that's the hardest jump in the game, but at least one of the trickier coins, definitely. So yeah. I've heard from a couple of people, who I watched playthroughs of this hack. I've heard people say that it's weird that you can't kill the snowman with fireballs. The coin there, by the way. And in hindsight, yeah, I agree. And I didn't know so many of you would be making that observation, but I agree. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, it's not satisfying anyway to not be able to hurt them with what would obviously, induce a change in the state of matter. Whoop. But I think the reason I did that, could I play better? Thank you. The reason I did that is for the very last setup in this level, this one right here actually, and it's so you don't accidentally kill them. So yeah, right here use them as platforms. Bonk, 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 bonk. There we go. And I'm convinced that if you had accidentally shot one of them with a fireball, then you would have been bummed out. You would have like, oh come on, why can I kill the snowman with a fireball? That's cheap, something like that. But I saved you from that. You don't know how good you have it. And yeah, full on snowstorm right now. So yeah, the winter waterside level, Frozen Plains. And remember the floodplain from 3-2, the flooded plains? We usually, as I said, we usually get those floods in winter, so when that coincides with the colder temperatures, then you get a floodplain that's frozen over. And I loved that as a kid, I still do actually. So if you're lucky, that happens like once every couple of years. If you're lucky, you go from a water surface to like a huge ice surface, as far as the eye can see, to kind of slide around on. And that's in real life, that's just so cool. And yeah, I wanted to make a level with that setting because it was dear to my heart. Now what's less realistic is, and I also wanted to do that for years in advance still, is the idea of swimming really deep under the surface here. So you have like above and below ground sections, so a mix between swimming here down below and platforming. And the background effect here, yeah, this is easily the most elaborate background effect I've made, like by far, because you'll see when you're high above the ground, like here, you can see the ice surface from above. Yeah, there we go. And then when you dive down here, whoop, it stretches, and you can see the surface from below. It's real 3D playing. Well, kind of, but it looks 3D, and it's still like parallaxing horizontally here, so it's still, in that dimension it also kind of looks 3D. And yeah, when you're above here, you can see the reflection of the trees there, which are not moving at the same rate, obviously. Pulled out a lot of stops here. A lot of, not really math involved, but a lot of thinking and planning and coding it all together. Definitely the most intricate effect I've made. But I knew I wanted to make it. I knew I had to make it because, you know, when you dive down under the surface, the background has to adapt, right? Otherwise it just looked really unnatural. So yeah, had to make that, and I'm happy I came up with a way to do that. I wanted to give those clouds there, I wanted to give them parallax scrolling too, but at that point I felt legitimately bad for the CPU, which had a lot on its plate at that point. So yeah, I think it's fine the way it is. The spectacle here is all in the surface. I think, yeah, that's the beauty on the surface, I guess you could say. So anyway, yeah, we got penguins. They're inspired by the Bumpties from Yoshi's Island for sure, but they're not like literal Bumpties. So, I mean, I didn't want to stay within the confines of what a Bumpty can do. So, for example, these can hurt you from the side if you're not careful, which the original Bumpties couldn't do. So, in that sense, they're kind of like the slugs from the summer level. They're underwater too, and here they have the same kind of spike carrot hat, so just that these will hurt, even if that doesn't make a whole lot of sense for penguins to wearing a carrot spike, but who's to argue with their sense of fashion, I guess. And yeah, another underwater section. In the first draft of this level, I had way too few of these underwater sections. It was barely worth going underwater there. But now there's like large sections of swimming here. And this one here I think is leading up to a coin, so definitely worth doing. Yeah, these small icicles here. The big ones, yeah, the small icicles are spikes, but the big ones here, or the slightly bigger ones, are actually harmless, they're just decoration. Try to make them look a bit rounder than the other ones here, but I guess they still look kind of menacing. Oh well, whoops. There we go. Can I escape it this time? I can. And yeah, also the slight tint of the underwater section of the foreground, that's also just all on layer 1, just a different palette. So it's not like a separate layer or something that would give it all a bluer shade. That's also why the penguins sadly couldn't get a different shade, because I ran out of sprite palettes, so they look the same above ground and below ground. But I guess it's something we don't really pay attention to. Oh, did that penguin not spawn? That is interesting. Now it does, yeah. It's a matter of, where you scroll the screen, I was gonna say. Oh, well, not much to redo, fortunately, because that coin stays gotten. That's always nice. And above ground is always way faster to get back to. Oop. There we go, can just ignore all of this. There we go. Oops. There we go. Yeah, those pipes here in this level, they're really just for decoration, because I don't like having like huge vertical changes in elevation, if that makes sense, because I don't know, I feel it's just like not natural to have such huge changes in land formation and just like a bit of ground rising all the way up when you're supposed to be inspired by a landscape that's really flat. So that's also for the floodplain level. I try to not make any ground that goes like way up above the rest. I always just had floating platforms or something. And here, same reason, I just have pipes do the job of doing the elevation, because too much elevation on what's supposed to be a floodplain with a water surface, I don't know, it's kind of just doesn't sit right with me. I wanted to have this a bit more grounded in reality, for at least for that one aspect, for what it's worth. I don't know. Oh yeah. Just playing around with penguins and snowballs together here. Avoid one and jump on the other, which apparently is harder than I remember. There we go. And yeah, there we go. Those snowballs can break the ice. Those little cracked ice places anyway, not all of the surface. But yeah, that's how you get to this coin. Gotta be careful on your way back with the snowball timing. Nice. And there's another crack in the ice. And oh me oh my, he's not throwing where I need him to. He's not hitting the ice. How can I make him hit the ice? The trajectory is fixed, so how can we make them hit the ice? I'll leave that for you to ponder for just a second. But whoops, you see down there, it's gonna be the secret exit eventually. And now this one you can break. There we go. More hints at the secret exit. And here's a 1-up for your troubles. Careful with this one here. There we go. And here's a P-switch for even more of your troubles, I guess. Oops. Yeah, didn't pay attention there for a second. Oh, actually, let's go back, because there was one more coin that we needed to get. Better get rid of you. And ooh, some sliding fun. Always nice. There we go, and there's the last. Yeah, that's the last one, and you need the switch for this one. Yep, just set him free, and then you can get up there. There we go. Boink, boink. And here's, yeah, kind of the final gauntlet. This is actually the only section where you have to go underwater, I think. Yeah, and here he's moving really excitedly, so better sneak past him on foot. There we go. And I do actually need to stock up on lives if I want to show you the 99 lives thing, so better make use of that one secret up there. But yeah, that's the level, that's the end. Well, there's still the secret exit left. So let's just go back and do that. Oh yeah, so about that background effect, this surface here, it may or may not surprise you to learn that it takes up a lot of CPU time. So this level here, with this effect alone, it would lag like a ton. So other levels, they had pretty costly effects too, like the swamp level in 2-S. But this level here with the 3D effect would have been basically unplayable. Like, it's intense. So that is actually the reason why A Plumber for All Seasons uses the SA1 chip. So in case you don't know what that is, the SA1 is pretty much an extra processor that you can use in your game that can make the game run a whole lot faster and do some other things, I think, like some kind of 3D rotation or some 3D support, but mostly just better performance. And it's used by some games, like I think Super Mario RPG is always the go-to example. But yeah, back in the day, it was a physical chip that you put inside the cartridge, and it was actual hardware. But these days with emulators, of course, you can basically just set a flag that says, yep, this game is using the SA1 chip, and that basically does the trick. Well, and also rewriting the entire game's code to be compatible with SA1. So that's a bit of an undertaking, but for Super Mario World there's a patch that does that, and it's awesome, and I use that. But yeah, the reason I use the SA1 chip, it's actually not so that I can, get extra fancy graphical effects like parallax scrolling or this 3D ice surface here. Like all that can be done with the SNES alone, no problem. It's not like Yoshi's Island where you had these rotating boss battles and stuff like that you need an extra chip for. No, this is all vanilla hardware tech, and the only reason I'm using SA1 is to make the game run faster, or make run like at an actual playable speed, so all those effects can run without slowdown. If I hadn't used SA1, the game, as you see it here, all the effects would basically still work, everything would look the same, but it would just be unbearably slow. Like I needed more processing power as the thing, so that's why I made the switch to SA1. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm using that. That's why you see SA1 appear when you play this in the emulator. And that's also why, if you want to play this on real hardware, then you're gonna have to jump through some hoops, I think. Because then, of course, you're gonna need the actual SA1 hardware chip thingy, or at least an emulator in some kind of device that can handle it properly. I know some retro consoles don't do that by default, apparently. I don't know, I'm not a hardware guy, but I'm just happy that I've been told, or I've seen that you can play it on real hardware at all, and I'm just happy that that works at all. It would have been a real bummer if it didn't work, so yeah. Anyway, what you have to do to get down here is to get the P-switch here, and the snowman falls down, and then the arc lines up, so let's actually go and do that. Go here, past the penguin. Actually, let's collect that one up as well while we're at it. We're kind of close to 99, but I'm not sure if we can get there by the time we end this, but well, I'm gonna show this either way, don't worry. So yeah, got the P-switch, back around, boink, boink. And yeah, now he falls down, now the throwing arc is different, now he breaks the ice, and now we can get there. Nice. Now, yeah, I should have the snowballs, I should have made them disappear when they touch the water. It's pretty annoying that they can still fly at you when you're underwater like that. No. That's alright, I guess, it's an extra obstacle, but it's an obstacle I didn't really think about until, or the fixing of which didn't occur to me until it was way too late, so gotta live with that. Yeah, some rather tight navigating here. Gotta zip past the penguin, there we go. And there's the secret. Nice. Hope we can get this done before I run out of voice. I'm not that used to talking this long in a row, but I think we're just barely good. Yeah, water level time, Arctic Circle. And it's really icy this time. So, yeah. I don't know how to put this really. There's kind of two kinds of winter to me as far as vibe goes. So you have the cozy winter, like snow on the grass, all soft and fluffy with some warm colors to contrast, like in the first level there with the orange tones. And then you have this Arctic ice kind of winter, very, very crystally and freezing cold and all that. And the last two levels, they were the cozy, warmish kind, and here comes the Arctic kind. Let's see what waits down in the depths below. So yeah, it's kind of an iceberg thingy. I had the visuals here, I had them in mind for a long time in advance, so I knew what I wanted this to look like roughly years in advance, but I didn't come up with the gameplay gimmick here until I actually started making the level. And the gimmick here is rotating layer 2 ground. Arctic Circle. That's the pun. And yeah, this was technically, so coding-wise, this was a bit of a struggle. So turns out it's hard to move layer 2 sideways without it glitching up the whole level's graphics. But I just barely made that work with a lot of help from the community. And also when you get a layer moving this fast, this is pretty fast for a moving layer, the interaction can be pretty janky. So, you could sometimes glitch through the ground or get pushed in weird ways. But yeah, believe me, I did the best I could. Did a lot of testing and fixing here and there. And it used to be even more janky, so trust me on that. And now it's just sufficient levels of jank, I think. Like, I made really sure that that you couldn't get pushed through the sides of this platform here, or that you remain standing on the ground when you're on the platform, and all sorts of stuff. But it's still not perfect, but I think it's just about fine for what it is. But yeah. And I think this is probably one of the hardest levels in the hack. Yeah, but I think it's mostly just because it's kind of disorienting, like not necessarily that you can get crushed all the time. It's just that you don't know where to go on the first playthrough. So it looks like it's dangerous, but I think it's actually not that bad. But yeah, the spikes are kind of a thing, definitely. And I wish I had made them hurt from the sides. That was one thing I would go back and change if I still had the motivation to dig this whole thing back up again, but it's livable with, so it's fine. And yeah, the background right here, it's actually... I do have a safe spot to show this off. Let's see. Yeah, kind of. So this is actually a kind of a collage, I guess, of pieces of the iceberg that I drew for the outside part that you just saw. And a lot of rearranging content-aware fill and stuff like that. And now it's really just an abstract pattern, something iceberg-ish to give the impression of it. But suggesting a real vast ocean out there, which I like. Yeah, my first attempt at making this background didn't really go well. Like, it worked, but I wasn't really happy with how cramped it looked. Like, I wanted this to be an ocean that you're exploring and just this really vast thing that you're a small part of. And with the old background, it looked just like a small tunnel or something. So yeah, I had to go back and rework that. And now I'm really happy with how this turned out. So happy ending there. Can I make this? No, I cannot. That's unfortunate. Here's one coin. And well, yeah, this part right here. Dang it! And this time I actually have a lot to redo too, so... Oh well. Out of respect for this level, gotta take one hit. I hope I don't have the volume on here turned so low that there's a whole channel missing on this background track, because this song's really cool actually. Like, for the first 2 Worlds levels I had this kind of more mellow water song, which was the perfect fit for that. But now in World 3 and 4 we have this more vast, explory, adventure-y kind of levels. And this song here is just a really cool fit, like aquatic ambience almost. Works both ways, however you interpret that. So let's see if we can make our way back there without getting as much crushed as before. Probably won't take as long as I think, because, I stopped here to talk about the background for kind of a while. And also, once you've seen something, like the second trip always feels way faster than the first trip when you're new to the environment, like on car rides and stuff. So let's see if I can keep a hit here, which would actually be pretty nice. Let's wait for a few cycles and let's see. Yeah, this one's more generous, but still not. Okay, so this part right here gets pretty wild. You see there, and it gets pretty tricky too. I just couldn't bring myself to remove this one, because I don't know. It's just really cool for all the difficulty it has. Yeah, so what you should do there is not focus on the urchins so much. They're not going to be there where you expect them to anyway, because everything's moving. Just focus on the ground, focus on making your way through there, and you should be good. So yeah, phew, got the midpoint, that's nice. And it's auto-scroll time. And yeah, I'm also really happy with the color contrast here. So it's, it's all mostly this icy kind of blue, but you got these bits of orange there from the coins and from the line guides and from the blocks. Just a little splotch of color. And yeah, really happy with how that came out. I think it's pretty dynamic looking, whatever you want to call it. Oops, yeah. Oh, can I still make that? I cannot. Man, yeah. I was not too focused, not as focused as I should have been. Yeah, let's grab that mushroom really quick. So at this point I think we're in summer of 2020. Yeah, I made much of the winter world during summer, so yeah, kind of anachronistic, but what can you do? And also, yeah, progress is speeding up at this point, so this level is less than a year away from the Hex release, which for me is blazingly fast. And yeah. At that point I was really in more of a flow state, I think, than I was in the earlier years, where it took me like 2 or 3 years just to get the first world done. I didn't really know what I was doing. And now, by this time, I'm really comfortable in my area of expertise, if you will, as a ROM hacker. So I knew what I wanted and I knew I could pull it off, which really helps. It's not as much dreading anymore. Like, what if I can do this the way I want it to turn out? Yeah, still had to make more attempts than one a lot of times, but for example, this background here, but it all worked out in the end, and I was able to do it, and it just blazed more or less right through for what my usual speed is. This is the last obstacle of the level. Just don't get crushed, keep your cool, keep an icy head. And yep, almost done. Little outside part again, just to wrap things up. And there we have it. Nice. Just lost 2 lives there, just barely below my below the embarrassment threshold. As the creator, I should be expected to be familiar with these levels by now. I've run through them so many times. But yeah, they still sometimes have the upper hand on me when I'm not paying as much attention as I should be. Because the recording and all, it's not something I do on the regular, so yeah. Anyway, 4-4, where the treetops glisten. Winter forest, but yeah, some snow, more subtle this time. And yeah, this is the dark side of winter now. We've had enough daytime winter levels in a row, I think. So this made sense to do like nighttime. And snowfall in the dark is just really cozy. So that's what I wanted to do for this one. And yeah, it's fuzzy time with some ice fuzzies. Had to make them white to make them stand out against the background. But I think it works really well, actually. Got really used to the way they look now. This is one of those sprites where if you look at them for long enough, you forget what the original graphics looked like, kinda. Oops. Because they feel so familiar to you now. Dang it. Okay. There we go. Platforms plus fuzzies. That's just a 1-up down there. Not sure if I should get it. Let's live dangerously. Phew, almost didn't work out, but it did. Nice. So yeah, this down here, it's just a bit of a safety net, so you can climb back up if you fall, or at least if you fall in this particular spot. Yeah, just for this one section, not for the rest of the level. Oop, oop, bring. There we go. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of the fuzzy platform setups here, whoops, they're actually taken from an earlier level I made for a level design contest in 2014, I think, where I made a level with fuzzies and line guides and baseball chucks, which, by the way, here they now throw snowballs. And yeah, I couldn't think of anything special for this winter forest level as far as the gimmick goes, so I just kind of repurposed that. Well, bits of it, not like the whole level. Careful here, and there's the kind of sneaky coin. Whoop, there we go. Zoop, zoop. Now here's the midpoint, and now we go right to left for a change. And right in a snowball for a change. But yeah, I don't regret being generous with power-ups here. You know, have a good time. Wow. And this is a even more sneaky one down here. Yep, I think this one's easily missed. And the return trip is also not free, but it works out. Bonk. Whoop. Bonk. Another shot that I didn't deal with too expertly, but that's okay. Rest works out. So yeah, this looks like an ending pipe. This isn't actually the end of the level yet. Just a bit of an ending section here. Mostly because I really wanted to make an outside scene, like above the canopy kind of vibe, with some treetops and some shining clouds up there. And yeah, this is also taken straight from one or two photos I took. Oops. I should have made those line guides red and realizing now, at least for the outside part, I feel like they really don't stand out enough against these blue trees and blue skies. Oh well. Let's see if I can get through your power-up list. Phew, okay. Managed it. Okay, yep. Ice cave, cold cuts. And to the left there's a little surprise for the explorers among you who aren't afraid to, you know, go in a negative direction on the x-axis once in a while. And yeah, here's why the level name has cuts in it. It's grinders, everyone's favorite ticking noise. I was debating whether I should make this more like a snow cave or an ice cave, you know, the two vibes of winter. And I went with the ice cave, like the crystal freezing cold one for variety. And yeah, the background here, with the layer 3 part of it, there we go, yeah. That's actually the same one as the underwater level again. Maybe a little rearranged, probably not, I don't know. Just a bit more mint green to it for more of a color contrast, you know. The other level had plenty of orange. Now we at least gotta have some green to keep your eyes interested. Still no ice physics though. I mean, you can't slide here, and that's on purpose actually. There are no ice physics in this game because ice physics aren't fun, and I wanted it to be fun. That's all there is to it. So you know, just remove an extra layer of potential frustration there by not having ice physics. And that's a slight detour for the coin. Not too bad though. And oh yeah, these cracked ice blocks here, they look like you can hit them with a fireball maybe, but no, they're actually just, you don't need a fireball here luckily, they're actually just grinder sensitive blocks. So you can, yeah, they get broken by that. There, don't forget the coin. I think this level, at least this part right here, it went through a lot of reworking, more than usual. I think I used the grinder block here a lot more extensively in the first draft. They don't really see as much use this time around, but it's okay. Midpoint already is, yeah, to contrast the last level, is a pretty short one. And yeah, this climbing section here is very much a retelling, if you will, of a level I made for a collab in 2011. Yeah, SMW Central Production 2, yeah, it's the same as the tree one. And that was actually the first decent level I ever made, I think. The first one that that felt to me like it had thought put into it. Yeah. Gotta clear the path for this grinder, if we can make that work. There we go. Boink. Ah. The rest of this level is actually just some more platforming with penguins as a special guest and grinders still make an appearance. Whoops. Just good of you, thank you. And yeah, down there you need a P-switch to get to that star coin. Slightly tricky to get, managed it. And be careful down there because, let's see, can we scroll it into view? Yeah, that grinder's gonna eat the blocks if you went fast enough. There we go. P-switch music being kind of overwritten by the grinder noise, but it's there. And there we go. That was a short one, like I said. This one probably isn't gonna be. Oh, Ghost of Christmas Present, yeah. This was one of the levels where I had the name and the gimmick in mind very early on, and carried it in my head for a long time. Like, when I get to the Winter Ghost House, finally down the road, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna name it Ghost of Christmas Present. But I didn't really know what to do with the visuals, like the level theme, how the environment would look. And that is actually one of the cases where the music came first, and that inspired the visuals. So by this time, I think we're in late 2020 now. I had to kind of assemble a team of musicians already, and one of them, Exodust, made this really cool, really creepy, microtonal kind of creepy winter ghost house song. And I imagined like snowdrifts and a run-down ghost house and all just really this abandoned place. And I was like, yeah, sounds good. I'll go with that. Don't have anything else in mind. So yeah, I made this very creepy abandoned place and also disorienting kind of level. And going by the level name, which I still wanted to use, it's also Christmas themed. So yeah, together it's like this creepy Christmas kind of thing now. Got a barren Christmas tree here, like abandoned Christmas tree. And this surprising lack of enemies here. Just to enhance the creepy vibe. And yeah, here's what the level is called Ghost of Christmas Present, because, well, it's boo blocks and they disguise as Christmas presents. So yeah. And you can stand on them like in the original game, except they're now larger here, they're 32 by 32. And you can, whoops, yeah, that's a bit of a problem with them, but hopefully not too much. And you can kind of lure them where you want them to go, if you're a little careful about it. So that's how you get that coin. And that's how you get up there. There we go. Bit of platforming here. Between the munchers and the presents. Did not quite make that. And you need to, whoops, you also need to place them below doors to enter them. But actually, whoop. Let's get this coin first, there we go. Perfect, could it please stay that way? Nice, thank you very much. Okay, so now we're in this strange room here, full of blocks, so hinting at a P-switch of some kind. Now you want to use the ghosts to lure them up to this side to get up there. And I placed some stopper blocks there so you can't cake fly your way up there. Or raccoon fly, I guess. Or crane fly. Now, the P-switch, you can't really use it here because it'll get rid of the floor and there's munches down there, and that would probably be more hurtful than you would want at this point in time. So the intended way is get the boo blocks here, down there, and then stand here and then kind of drop onto them. There we go. Phew. And that's how you go through this room, but it's not the last time we've seen it. Okay. So now we're here, and Ooh, this seems familiar. That tree, yeah, it looks like we're back at the start, aren't we? But that's just to disorient the player a bit. Just be a little, keep them on their toes. And here it looks like we're at the end suddenly, but fooled again. It's just the midpoint. Just my attempt at kind of adding to the creepiness of the level. Like, where am I? What's going on? What's the mystery here? So now we're actually underneath the beginning, under the first section. And if you remember, there was a door there which we couldn't get into. But now we have, if we're careful, we have a Boo with us. So just keep him around. Be careful not to despawn him, because that can happen. If you do that, you can just redo the first loop. It's just gonna take a bit of your time, which I guess is precious enough, but, you can still do it without dying. And the doors here, I made sure that they're pretty generous, so this should work. Yep, it does. Nice. Now, this is kind of an action room, so some platforming with boos and slopes. The trick here is to just go. Don't worry too much about positioning with the boos. Just as soon as you see a path that's feasible, just go and just speed through it, and you should be fine. Like, whoop. And still got to do some luring action. Yep, that works. But other than that, just do the old whoop whoop. And you're gonna be mostly okay. Is that flower gonna? Yeah, thank you very much for coming back. Boink, boink, boink. And just go. That should work, yeah, it does. Nice. Okay, now we're... If you notice those throw blocks in the first loop around, now we're above the P-switch room. And now we can get rid of the munches with this silver one here. But first, the coin. There we go, got them all. And now just be a little strategic about this. About making your way back down. Walking fast. P-switch pressed. Not in that order. I wanted the exact opposite order, but it's okay, it's fine. I'm still here. But yeah, here just fall, some kind of, I don't know, spooky kind of fall. Even though it's winter. And, oh no, are we back at the start again? But no, we actually aren't. Maybe you noticed the snow is gone now. No more snow effect, and the ending of this room here is also a little different. It's much more spacious at the end here. And there we go, we saved Christmas! So there's no real story to this level. It's not like a specific thing that's haunted or anything, it's just... First it's Christmas plus creepy, and at the end it's Christmas plus cozy, because I wanted to end on a happy note, like, don't worry, you made it, it's alright. Now go have fun in the winter holidays, I guess. So yeah, really happy with this, how this Christmas tree turned out. Yeah, and fun fact, this tree right here, this one tree is actually the only other reason that I'm using the SA1 chip. So it's just to get rid of lag, yes, and it's to make this one tree work, because, well, layer 1 is on the foreground, layer 2 is on the background, and layer 3 is the snow, yeah, but yeah, I wanted to have a glow effect on the lights on the tree, so the only way I could do that is to make them sprite tiles, because, like I said, all the other layers were in use already. So, yeah, those glowy things on the tree, they had to be sprite tiles. And apparently the game can't handle that many sprite tiles at once on screen without the SA1 chip. So, or I just didn't figure out how to make that work. But I knew at that point that I was gonna use SA1 anyway, and that was gonna get rid of the some sprite limits. So yeah, that's the one other reason that I need the SA1 chip for. Other than that, no graphical benefits to it. So yeah, we got presents, we got booze, and cute little Santa hats. They can't hurt you, by the way, even if you like fly up there. And that star too, that it looks collectible. It's really just for decoration, because in my mind it's like a cliche that, you know, Christmas trees have stars on top. That's like the symbol in my mind, so didn't really think twice about having to include it there. I could have made it like the star orb on top of the goal, but I don't know, for some reason I didn't. But yeah. Christmas saved. Hooray! Last level of the Winter World. Snowball Showdown. And hey, it's the snowman again. Yeah. This time it's an igloo castle kind of thing. With what I think is the final appearance here of the snowman. Yeah, it has to be. They're kind of tricky to maneuver around now. Now that you get used to them. He's, for the final level, here's a bit of a final level in this world. There's a bit of a challenge. Also, fun fact, the snow effect outside and the torch glow here, they're both on layer 3. So, yeah, the more you know, I guess. So, whoop. There we go. Oh yeah, about the snowman hitboxes. Oh, nice. I've heard people complain about the hitboxes in this hack, like not just the snowman, but for the custom enemies in general. And yeah, totally justified, I'm afraid. Could have been better, definitely. Like, whoops. Case in point. Yeah, I want to say like half of it is on the game, on Super Mario World, for, you know, having a kind of janky hitbox system in general. But the other half is definitely me, because what I think I did most of the time is make the rectangle for the hitbox, you know, it has to be rectangles in this game engine. Make the rectangle like stick too far out on some corners, so it kind of like extends beyond the sprite, not being fully contained within it, so you can sometimes get hit by thin air because of that. So yeah, on the fish too, on 3-2, on the jumping fish, and yeah, on these snowballs too, as you saw. So they're like 16 by 16 circles, but the hitbox I'm pretty sure is just a 16 by 16 square. So yeah, it kind of sticks out. It's kind of stricter than it needs to be. And yeah, that aspect of it is definitely on me. I guess now I know better for the next game I make. Okay. Now I got snowballs falling from the ceiling. Kind of don't need the snowman anymore. But they're still there. Just now in combination. This is actually, I think, trickier to do with the raccoon than it is without it, because of the very floaty fall there, but it worked out. Well, it worked out because I didn't have a raccoon, so yeah. Up. Yeah. Oh dear, there's always a power-up, not too far. Gotta time your jump there. Whoop. Oh yeah, these rolling snowballs, right. I'm pretty happy with how smooth they look, you know. Smooth rotation, kind of like in Yoshi's Island a bit. But I'm not actually using the SA1 chip for that, or any other chip for that matter. I think the SA1 could do that, but as I said, I'm really only using it for performance reasons. So yeah, I'm not rotating this on the fly. I actually just made separate frames for all the rotations, and they all just barely fit in the graphics space. Because the only other thing I'm using there is the snowman, so there was just enough room for this kind of fancy rotation there. And yeah, the first frame of that rotation is, whoops, where? That's like drawn by hand, but the others are programmatically rotated, but you know, not on the fly, but pre-calculated and all fitting into the graphic space. There we go. Hopefully. Yep. Nice. And boss time. Oh, now we're outside the igloo, and can you guess what the boss is? Yep, it's a huge snowman, except with a hat. The snowball's kind of, aiming at you no matter where you stand. And yeah, the goal is to get rid of his... not looking good for me. The goal is to get rid of his hat so you can hurt him. Otherwise he's invincible, so jumping in here, not doing me any good. You have to catch the special snowballs here and hit precisely his head. So that's what I kind of make it. That's what I kind of wanted to make it clear by his head wiggling. That's the part you gotta hit. But yeah, now you could jump on him, and the next phase is watch out for falling snowballs. Kind of close call there, closer than I would like. And there he comes again. And now this boss is actually considerably nerfed. So in the first release of this hack, the snowballs he's throwing there would actually rebound on the edge of the screen, so you had to dodge them too. And there was also kind of an extra phase or two that I just cut entirely to make it more fair. Oops, snowballs again. Now with spikes. No! Oh well. At least we got a checkpoint before the boss, right? And yeah, it makes sense to stock up on a mushroom. Let's see if I can make better use of the power-ups this time. Would help if I don't get hit by the targeting snowballs in the beginning, which I managed. That is nice. So yeah, originally there was like a whole extra phase where he'd jump around with those spikes that killed me still on the ground. So yeah, that was a whole other thing you had to deal with that you don't have to deal with anymore, which I think people overall are thankful for, or at least they don't feel like anything's missing or anything's too easy or something. So mission accomplished, I guess. Now let's make some better use of my focus here, and of the fact that these snowballs no longer rebound on the edge of the screen. There we go. Now he's invincible. That's what the cool kids say, right? And this is actually a lot trickier because now you can't stay on the ground anymore. You have to jump, so you have to have some verticality to it. So, whoop, there he comes again, and now he resets the spikes, which he didn't used to. So now it's a bit of a fairer fight, or easier fight, I guess. Boink! There we go. Phew, I was kind of scared of the hitboxes there. But yeah, worked out. Now he's just embarrassed and waddling away. And there we go. We beat Winter. But we're not actually done with the game. Well, for one thing, we still gotta do the secret level, to say nothing of this mysterious star here, but yeah, let's go do the secret. Let's actually hydrate a bit. So, 4-S, this time of year. And yeah, the visual theme here is Aurora Borealis at this time of year. And yeah, the gimmick here is you can platform around the penguins, or spin jump on them if you're feeling adventurous, or just jump over them. They don't judge. So yeah, there we go. This is where I tried, and here's where you have to start to spin jump on them, so that's why the A is there. This is where I tried out the more like choreography-based style, modern level design, where I can just get into the flow and zip past the obstacles a bit more. Still not really Kaizo though, whoops. Yeah, that's where the tail really doesn't come in handy. Oh no, am I gonna make it? It's gonna be fine. So yeah, a bit of more flow state-based kind of level design in this one. Still not Kaizo, but I should probably explain. Kaizo is the term used for, well, there we go. Kaizo is the term used for, well, very hard Mario hacks, or I should probably say very high precision hacks, that really exploit the game mechanics and require very precise movements of you. The original Kaizo Mario world, where the things get their name from was made in like 2007, I think. But the whole Kaizo hack thing really didn't gain traction until 2014 or something. So, funny thing, when I started making this hack in 2012, making a normal difficulty, like non-Kaizo hack, was the normal thing to do. So by the time this came out, there were many people who had gotten into Mario hacks purely through Kaizo. So people would kind of either be amazed that there's such a thing as a non-Kaizo hack, a standard difficulty hack, or issue disclaimers like, this is not Kaizo, this is a standard difficulty hack, it's not Kaizo, which is just fascinating to me. Dang it. It's just fascinating that they had to say this is not Kaizo, this is standard, because when I started making this hack, I never envisioned that people would be defaulting to Kaizo, that'd be such a big thing years from then. It's cool, it's nice. It's really cool that it gets people into ROM hacking. It's just not my kind of thing to play or watch. I have no real connection to the whole Kaizo scene, which is almost like its own subculture, I think, at this point. But yeah, I'm especially happy that Kaizo players still apparently find some enjoyment in this. Just really happy with how it's been received by even people who usually play the harder stuff, or the more high precision stuff, I should say. Now, if I could just get into the flow like I promised, there we go, died at the midpoint. And yep, second half of the level, kind of more the same. There we go, that worked out. Except now we have rotating platforms too, and some more coins to collect. We gotta time it better than that. Oh man. I had some really good runs through this level, like I don't usually suck at it that much. But yeah, when you're talking at the same time, I guess that's a whole other dimension that I'm not really used to. Much less in English, probably. Oh, nope. Wrong timing again. But this is the last coin, and now we are on the home stretch. Yep, there we go. One final spin jump, and that is that. So, yeah, actually, shall we... Yeah, let's take a peek at the Cloud World now, because I still have the chance to show you something. So, in this Cloud World, to even enter these levels, you need to collect all star coins in a certain amount of levels. So, now all the other Star World levels, by the time we got there, we already got all the coins needed, so I couldn't even show you this pop-up. It just wouldn't appear, we just enter immediately. But yeah, for this one, we need 4 more levels with all coins in them, so 3 cloud levels and 1 more. So yeah, chronologically, let's go do the final world, which I made right after winter. And yeah, here it is, the season finale, just 1 level on this map. And this another thing where I knew I wanted to make a Bowser overworld from very near the beginning, and I knew I was gonna have it have a factory theme, kind of a bit of a contrast between nature, the 4 seasons, nice scenery, and now we have factories and this industrial theme. Again, no story though, just no story or message, just a visual theme really. So yeah, Bowser's Castle, the season finale. And the industrial theme doesn't even carry over to the actual level, because this is just a regular old lava castle with big Bowser heads everywhere. Happy with the look here though, it really looks like a lava hallway worthy of King Koopa. But yeah, this is your typical ROM hack Bowser castle. We got 4 doors, we have to clear them all to unlock the big boss door. And there's also a star coin in each door, and that makes 4, so there's a hidden coin right here. And a tiny little secret, there's a hidden one up here. So congratulations to everyone who found that. I think not much of you did, as far as the playthroughs I've watched. So yeah, let's do the doors in order. And yep, it's this game in review kind of thing. This is the spring door. I wasn't sure for a while if I was gonna do the castle background with nature foreground or the other way around, like the nature background with the castle foreground. I went with this because the background, the castle background is what ties the level together, I think. And whoops, the foreground is... dang it. The foreground is what the enemies and the decoration lives on, kind of, if that makes sense. So yeah, this felt right. This felt more right than the other way around. So yeah, here I'm kind of combining mechanics I haven't combined before, like flower plus vine plus swamp all in one package, and also using all the setups I've saved up for here that I didn't use in the earlier levels because they were too difficult or too much of a difficulty spike, I guess. So yeah. Like these 4 plants here with a vine in quick succession. Oops. Like these 3 plants with the vine in quick succession. Yeah, originally I had this setup in the forest level in World 1, like 4 piranhas jumping up onto a horizontal vine. I eventually changed that to be just 2 and then have the 4 plants reserved for this one. And spin jump to get that coin. There we go. And yep, that's door number 1 done. And you get a little check mark above the door here. It turns green. Whoops, didn't want to enter that. But then I can demonstrate something because they also save once you do them. Like that door I just went through, that room, is now permanently cleared. Yeah. The checkmark stays even after death, and it stays even after a game over. So yeah, not making that mistake again, because in an earlier ROM hack that I made from 2009 called A Strange Mission, I also had a Bowser Castle with 4 doors, but they didn't save, not even when you cleared them all. So when you died and you had to just do them all over again, like all the 4 doors plus the boss room. So that wasn't too amazing in hindsight. Yeah, but now I know how to save the game, rest assured. So yeah, this is the summer room, getting more chances to use the hermit crabs, and also more chances to shoot fire at them. And the lotuses and the dolphins, all together now. Oop. Nice. Kinda tricky with the lotus projectiles there, especially when you can't get rid of the lotus like you can with a shell or something. But with a bit of patience and I guess experience, it's manageable. Oh yeah, now you can't spin jump on the crab anymore because I just took care of it, but now I can. Boink. Watch out for this one. And almost don't make it, but that's okay because you can always stock up on power-ups here in the main hall. That's also by design. And yeah, you can even... This is probably the easiest life form in the game, just get the 1-up when you go back to the hallway. And yeah, I should demonstrate the 99 lives thing after we're done with the game, I think, because lives also save after you beat the game, because otherwise what would be the point? But yeah, the fall room, vertical level now. And yeah, this is also like a self-homage, I guess, to the level I made for Super Mario World Central Production 2. The same one as the grinders and the one with the 3 platforms that I was talking about, actually. All 3 rooted in that one level. Yeah. This time what I took from there was climbing up with the baseball chucks. But yeah, what's new is that this time we also have the mazes and, as you can hear but not yet see, the bubbles. Oh, yep, that's how you do it. That's how you die. But anyway, we got the coin, we got halfway through the room, and also to make it extra nice, you can start right back at the door here, so you don't even have to make your way back, which wouldn't be that long anyway, and you still probably would want to get the power-ups, but hey, attention to detail at least taken care of. So yeah, this is the part that was well, not taken directly, but you know, the setups, or the idea for the setups was taken from this Super Mario World Central Production 2 level called Arboreal Ascent, which that hack is actually released now after 10 years in development, maybe more, and they're still working on it because it's like a premature, not premature, but a version they released where they said they still wanted to make changes to it, so it's not even off their to-do list yet, which, you know, I really want things to be done with, but if they still want to be working on it, that's definitely their prerogative. But yeah, we got ball and chains, we got bubbles, we got the two working together in perfect harmony. This one just throws 2, so just go past him, there we go. And yeah, just gotta take some power-ups again. Yeah, let's go with the raccoon. And yeah, finally the winter room. And the bouncy penguins are back. Whoop. Actually, it's kind of tricky to maneuver when you have the slow fall on, but yeah. So these 4 Bowser rooms, I feel like I had a way easier time designing them than the rest of the levels. So usually I sketch out every level on paper first, and here I just mostly, for these rooms, I just mostly winged it, and it still flowed nicely. Maybe because I already had experience with how to use these enemies in practical setup, whoops. Or maybe because I wasn't restricted as much by the difficulty curve, you know, didn't need to pay so much attention to whether the setup is too hard. But yeah, this is the final level, so I could let loose a bit, I felt like. So yeah, this might be just my natural difficulty to design for, I think. And I managed to make all of these rooms use the same length too, so like they're all exactly 12 screens, I think it is. But yeah, final obstacle, please let me, thank you. There we go. Alright, now got all 5 coins, and now the boss is unlocked. So, you know, Bowser fight for no reason other than feels climactic. Music fading out. Little introduction to Mecha Koopas here, and that you can chuck them at blocks, you know, just to make sure you know what you're doing. A bit of foreshadowing. Whoop. Earthquake, and here's Bowser in his flying industrial car. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the Bowser graphics came out. But really, this wouldn't have looked half as well if I had stopped where I originally wanted to stop. Because when I showed off these Bowser graphics in the community, people had a lot of feedback. And like, you know, the hair looks wrong, the snout looks off model, and the metal here, the metal of the car should be more glossy at the bottom because it reflects the lava and stuff like that. And it was, I mean, I'm just really grateful for this feedback. I'm not in the least bit annoyed, but I was kind of like, oh man, you're right, but that's so much work. I thought I was done here, you know? But yeah, I changed it and it looked much better, so all for the better. The car even changes color now when it comes closer to the lava, so up there it's a little darker, and when it's on the bottom it's more lit. So yeah, huge shoutouts to Magi, I think it's how you pronounce it, for the relentless feedback. Really standing on the shoulders of giants here. Or maybe giants standing on each other's shoulders or something. Whoops. Yep, there we go. You just chucked Mecha Koopas at him. So yeah, this is also very reminiscent of the final boss I made for Strange Mission. Lava room with the chase sequence. Didn't have any other ideas there really, and honestly at that point I was ready to get this hack finished and out there. When in doubt, do a chase sequence. And the movement here is also thanks in no small part to community feedback. Yep, there we go, that's the end. So in a different kind of way, so when I showed off the graphics, I just had placeholder movement there, very stiff, just to debug. And people thought that was the final movement, and they said, oh, you need to make it more smooth. And I was like, okay, I'll show you smooth. So almost out of spite, I made it as smooth as I could. So yeah, there we go, that's the end. Yeah, fun fact, Bowser's head didn't fade to white there, but it's gone before you really notice. Little whimsical poem there. I should have made it sad for no reason in hindsight, but oh well. Yeah, that is it. Plumber for All Seasons by Y, aka White Yoshi Egg. A lot of things made by yours truly. All the graphics, as I said, except for the font and Mario sprite, but we talked about that. And yeah, Alex5 helped with a handful of last-minute programming jobs. Thank you very much. And that's just all the freely available community resources I used. So the graphics are all mine, but a lot of other stuff is from the community. So huge shoutouts to all of these people too. Funny thing about these credits, the names are all centered, but when they have an odd number of letters, you can't really center them. So you need to shift them by half a tile. So what I did is I used HDMA to shift those lines that had an odd number of letters by 4 pixels, and only those, and the HDMA table had to scroll and sync, so that was kind of like the most subtle use of HDMA in the entire hack. But yeah, music. I didn't mention this nearly enough, but huge thank you to all the musicians for making a completely original soundtrack. I honestly think every single song is fantastic. I could not have done it without you, really could not. So check out their work, they're all brilliant. Beta testers, and yeah, A Dog for All Seasons. It's actually a browser game I played as a kid, basically just a mini game, but it had very good sense of aesthetics and peacefulness and fun, that kind of really stuck with me, and that's also where I got the name from. I'm sure A Dog for All Seasons is itself a reference, but yeah. 9 years of work, but not 9 years of constant work, so a lot of breaks, a lot of just generally being slow, but I managed, fortunately. And there's the end screen. What's your favorite season? This is not like a menu, so you're not supposed to answer this in any fashion. Just something to ponder. For me, I don't know. It's kind of always the season that comes next, if that makes sense. So there's something cozy about all of them. I like when a new one starts. Fresh start to a new season. But nah, if I had to give one standard answer, then maybe summer, because you just can't beat the sense of freedom that comes with long days. Lots of daylight, late sunsets, and it's just all bright outside, and I like that. Fun fact: the spelling of the word favorite here changes depending on if you selected fall or autumn. Not sure if anyone caught that. I know it's not like a 1-to-1 match between the British spelling of favorite and people who called it autumn, but I thought it would be fun to put that in. Just it wasn't that hard to do, and I had the idea, so I did it. Just press any button, and there we go. There we are, back to the title screen. But we're not nearly done yet. So 90% of the exits, 86% of the coins. Discrepancy there because there's more exits than coins, because some levels have more than one exit. So let's dive right back in. And we're still here at Bowser's Castle. So after I made Bowser's Castle, I made the Cloud World. So those were the last 4 levels I did. So let's get to them. Let's get back to spring and check out what the first Cloud level's like. Actually, should I just... makes sense to do that first. Let's collect 99 lives, which we're fortunately not that too far away from. We could even do it in... where can we do it? Let's do it in spring until we get to 98, I think. And that should carry us over nicely, because you'll see what that's going to be about. And there's the message box set there. It's interesting but entirely unimportant thing. Unfortunately, you can start select out there. For minimum confusion, when you reach 99 lives, you want to not be in spring or in the special world because it's only directly visible in summer, fall, and winter. So let's go to something like fall/autumn. Still haven't decided on that, I guess. Yeah, let's do here in the special level. There's an easy one up. Oh, I still at the midpoint, right? Sure, let's go beat that level again. And actually let us get hurt intentionally. I just think what's coming up looks a little nicer when you don't have a fire flower. Let's see, either we get a 1-up from coins first, or from the star, yeah, maybe we're gonna do that. Yeah, actually let's just collect the final 1-up from the star here. Why not? There we go. And maybe you can already see it. We have seasonal outfits now. And they change as soon as you get 99 lives. As soon as you get that desired amount of lives, your outfits change. And now, yeah, might as well beat the level right now. So yeah, they change depending on the season. So you could see on the title screen there were 4 seasonal outfits for Mario. Yeah, normal outfit in spring, swim shorts in summer. This in fall is like a raincoat. And yeah, let's just check really quick. Fall we got the raincoat, in summer we got swim shorts and a leg of a hat. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to show all the power-up states here, but when you have a fire flower, then your swim trunks are turn white, or your boots in fall turn white, and in winter your whole Santa outfit turns white. So yeah, in winter you have this Santa outfit here. No special thing for spring, as I said, and also not for the Bowser world or for the Cloud world. So it's really only in 3 of the 4 seasons that you get these seasonal outfits. And yeah, so when you're in spring and you get 99 lives there and you're expecting something to happen, then you don't really notice anything happening, unfortunately. So yeah, but I really didn't know what outfit to give him for spring. So spring is like the default season for me for some reason. Maybe it's the same for you, I don't know. But yeah, this whole idea of seasonal outfits, having them on the title screen, and then yeah, that was inspired by a Dog for All Seasons, actually. So that's that little Flash game I played as a kid. And later, later I was facing the problem of what to do with collecting lives. What incentive could there be? And then I thought of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I think it was, where when you get 99 lives, Mario would lose his cap, and that would be like a interesting but not relevant visual gimmick. And then I thought, hey, yeah, what if for 99 lives you get these seasonal outfits that I kind of promised on the title screen, and so all tied together very neatly. Sadly, when you die, you immediately lose the outfit, so it's only when you're at 99 lives. It's not saved, sadly, so didn't have the foresight to do that. But yeah, now I can technically say that there are custom changed Mario graphics in A Plumber for All Seasons. So I did redraw the Mario sprite, just not in the way people might have expected me to. But yeah, this is the season thing. Let's go back to spring. And now let's check out the Cloud world finally. So yeah, S1, New Horizons. So these really aren't tied to the seasons anymore. So the Cloud levels, this isn't meant to be spring or anything. It's just Cloud. Yeah. And the background here is actually 2 separate layers. So layer 2 and layer 3, because parallax scrolling can't overlap with itself, and it's only one layer. So you see the clouds kind of partially overlapping and scrolling faster than the other. So yeah, here it's 2 layers kind of interweaving for just a bit of an effect. So yeah, here are the line-guided urchins from the underwater level again, and me losing the power up immediately. Nice. So yeah, just those urchins, except they're faster here. They're exactly like the line-guided grinders now. And yeah, this is also the only level that has note blocks in the entire hack. So drew them just for the occasion. So yeah, nice color scheme also going on here, like red, blue and yellow with the blocks and the coins, and all very bright and airy, like a bright blue sky. I think it's pretty nice. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, the jumps are getting pretty tricky now. I deliberately made the cloud levels a bit harder. Ah! Dang it. So like late game difficulty, if not more. So yeah, if you go here the very second you unlock the level, you might have not seen that coming, and you're in for a bit of a surprise in the difficulty, but you know, as I said, it's not like anything insurmountable or that you don't know what to do, or not even something that you're not prepared for, because you know, you've seen urchins before in this game, you know what they do, and you can at least infer what note blocks do, so that's okay, probably. There we go. Now let's be a bit more careful here. But most of the setups are, well, made in such a way that by the time you land, the urchins are out of your way, so that's not as dangerous as you think it might look. So, whoop. Phew. This one's... Nope. Yeah, I was gonna say this one's... I don't always get that right. And yeah, if this death had been in like summer, fall or winter, then I would have lost my seasonal outfit too. I mean, I did lose my seasonal outfit right now, it's just that you can't really tell. Now, how can we be better at this? Well, not like that. Sometimes I get it, some days I just don't. But anyway, we got the coin now, and that is what matters. Let's try and not talk over it, maybe that'll help. Although I don't need to do that way anymore, so yeah, there we go. And here it's more note block shenanigans. So here, yeah, you can spin jump, but if you want to use, if you want to get the coin, you can't use the note blocks. So you gotta go back and keep your spin jump that time by jumping on the urchins. There we go. So remember the coyote time patch that made you like be able to jump off platforms? That actually made it so you could spin jump off of note blocks really easily. And I didn't really want that, so I had to specifically disable that coyote time patch for note blocks. It still works like if you're frame perfect, because that's like a quirk of the original game. And it still works on springboards because I forgot to remove it there. But there's only like one springboard in the game, so it's not a big deal. Yep, there we go. So there's no path between them, I can't go left or right here, so we gotta take the long route here through the seasons. Oop. And here we are, Northwestern Sky. So yeah, the cloud levels, they're not really based on the seasons like I said, but I did try to make each one a different time of day at least. So last one was daytime, now we have nighttime. I didn't do the times of day in order because I didn't want the very last level to be a nighttime level, I don't know, it just didn't feel right. So we have daytime, nighttime, sunrise, sunset, if I may spoil that. But yeah, I'm really satisfied with the visuals here. It's night, but it's still brightly lit enough. The moon is out, and we got these noctilucent clouds, I think they're called. It's a thing in summer where after sunset, some clouds are still glowing because they're lit by the sun or something. But yeah, either way, the top layer there is what I'm referring to. So yeah, it's pretty cool either way. And yeah, auto-scrolling parallax, of course, on the clouds. And the main gimmick here is flying ropes. We'll learn the ropes. Yeah. So yeah, the music here is Breakbeat Darkness by Red and Green. A lot of people's favorite song from the soundtrack. And I don't actually know if he made it specifically for this hack or if he had it lying around when I approached him. But either way, he let me use it, and yeah, it's just awesome. I originally wanted to use it only in the winter levels, like the Winter Forest. But yeah, I ended up using it here too because of the nighttime vibe. There was a last-minute decision really, but turned out to be the absolute right decision because it fits the level so well, I feel like. With the rhythm of it. And yeah, it ended up being a lot of people's first encounter with this song. And that's not a bad place to first encounter a song anymore, I think. Whoop. Oh yeah, Raccoon is helpful here, definitely. Especially for this kind of thing, yeah. Oh yeah, the moon and the Milky Way up there are not drawn by hand again, but taken from photos and kind of collaged together. That one you can actually skip if you have a tail. Here, whoops, they move up. You actually want to get off them as soon as you can because their up movement is strong. Oh yeah, here, I really like this part because you go move down and then back up just in time to reach this platform. Get a nice rhythm to it. That part here was a bit more hectic originally with more munches. And beta tested suggested I tone it down, and yeah, very good call. Thank you for that. And now it's just some more wavy motion that you can't really predict. That's okay. And yeah, here you gotta... No! Dang it! Yeah, that's another piece of jank with the ropes. Apparently, as soon as you get a power up, you also lose your climbing state. That wasn't really meant to happen, but you know. It's okay. Yep. It's a bit trickier without a tail, I must admit. But still doable, still tested with all power-up states. Up. Yeah, just jump off here as soon as you can. Not sure if I'm being in tune here. Should probably stop. Yeah, I can just skip that, and there, yeah, you just dip down to get the coin. That's what you have to do. Yeah, and that's not the only piece of jank with the ropes, unfortunately. So if you're not fast enough there, and if you touch a wall on the rope there, you will fall off. So I hope people didn't learn it the hard way. What? Okay, on to the third level. Now we have 99 lives again, so on our brief tour through summer and fall, yep, we see the seasonal outfits again. Bit of a preview on what the raccoon looks like, so we still have the ears and the tail. And there we go, Don't Fall on Me. So yeah, the level name here, like probably half the levels in this hack, is taken from song lyrics. But in this case, the whole level concept is kind of inspired by that same song. So yeah, we got like a tutorial animals now instead of hay bales. Just ignore it for a minute. So Yeah, the inspiration here is from the song Fall on Me by R.E.M., one of my favorite songs. And it mentions the sky and weights falling down and feathers falling down. So when I had the idea for that I was going to make a cloud world, I knew pretty early on that I wanted to make a sky level with weights and feathers, because it also sounded fun as a concept. It's what I do. A vertical falling thing interfering with the horizontal movement. So yeah. And yeah, anvils, because, I don't know, they're a bit more symbolic than just any old weight, I thought. And it was also my first time drawing an anvil. People knew what it was going to be, so that's good. And actually the same as the hay bale, same hitbox and all, but yeah, but they fall faster now and also more often. And you gotta use them for more tricky maneuvers, like getting that one coin there. Yep, did that. Just run through, and that's okay. And yeah, and also making it up here, right? There used to be... dang it! There used to be a bug in this hack, I was gonna say, where if you got a power-up on the exact same frame as Lakitu was throwing the hay bale, or the anvil, the game would actually freeze. So... yeah, I'll spare you the details, but classic off by one error in programming there, and classic hitting my head on the anvil. But yeah, that's fixed now, fortunately. And the summer castle had an even weirder bug, where the water would glitch out in some circumstances, but that would take like 3 subclauses to even describe the bug, so... yeah, I eventually tracked it down and fixed it in a later release, and now it's all good. And I haven't found any more weird game-breaking glitches since then, so fingers crossed. So let's get rid of the Koopa first. Let's maybe make him throw it. Yeah, there we go. Nice. But yeah, I had to go back and fix some of the bugs couple of weeks after the first release. Like, I was gonna... I initially thought that I'd be done with it after the very first release, but no. I had to make like 5 or 6 updates in total from July to November 2021. And I can still think of some things to tweak, like, you know, the snowballs melting in water. That's one thing I wanted to put in, but you know, this is done now, so not going back to that. So yeah, now we have a brief break from Lakitu while we introduce to the feather platforms. They're just like the leaves, so nothing different about them. But yeah, and the star coin requirement for this level, actually make sure you encounter the leaf platforms first, before the feathers. So yeah, in the intended order. Yeah, now we get weights and feathers together. It's a little janky. Sometimes the anvils don't spawn, because even for SA1 it's it's a bit too much to handle with the feather generator there. Gotta despawn the other generator. There we go. Can we have this? We can. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, it's just yeah, not the most reliable mechanic with the weights and the feathers. Feathers hit the ground before the weight can leave the air. So, and yeah, in the song that this level is inspired by, in the music video for Fall on Me, there's a kind of cryptic message at the start, that says something like, bury magnets, swallow the rapture, let's gather feathers, something like that. And I don't know what it means, but let's just get past you here, thank you. You've earned your break now, Lakitu. There we go. And yeah, originally I wanted to put that message in a message box hidden somewhere in this level, just as an Easter egg of sorts. I ended up not doing that because it would be kind of out of character and people wouldn't have any idea what it means in context and probably not go out of their way to Google it, so they might think that would be a hint to a secret or something, so yeah, I just ended up leaving that out. I think we're not worse off for it. And there we go. But by the way, this is almost my last chance to show you this. There is a secret behind the goal orb in every single level that you probably haven't noticed. So if I disable the sprite layer, there we go. It's a smaller version of the goal orb, and that thing is a foreground object actually, not a sprite. And the reason I put it there is because I was pretty concerned about sprites despawning. Like, what if the goal orb doesn't spawn and then you don't have a way out of the level? So yeah, I put that block there as a fallback. It does the same job basically. It beats the level, just a bit less fancy I think, but it gets you out of there. Like, if all else fails, if the goal orb doesn't spawn, here's the emergency exit. That's always there. I don't think it was ever actually needed, because now that I'm using SA1, there's way more room for sprites to spawn. Except that one bit there with Lakitu and the feathers, but oh well. But you know, still put it in every level just in case. And I think very rarely actually you can touch that block instead of that goal orb. Like, the hitbox is not completely covered, so if you're frame perfect, you can like activate the block and not the sprite. You just never see it, but sometimes you can touch it. But it comes out to the same thing. But in any case, we are done here. So yeah, if my calculations are correct, we should have gotten all the star coins on our way here. So on to the final level, which we should now be able to enter. And yeah, that was the one we need all star coins for, so this is actually the earliest that we can even play it. Time to call it a day. Yeah, there we go. And here's the sunset level. And we got silhouettes again. So this is probably my second favorite background in the entire hack. I searched through a lot of sunset photos that I took over the years and kind of collaged the best parts together and made the colors more lively and whatnot. And yeah, layer 2 and layer 3, they kind of working together here to get all the colors happening, you know, to sidestep the color limitation. Yeah. But you know, other than that bit of trickery there, it's pretty much only 16 colors, which I'm pretty happy with. So, but yeah, it eats up a lot of graphic space. So the foreground couldn't really be anything other than silhouettes, pretty much, because yeah. Now no more room left for any fancy foreground textures. And yeah, there's still star coins in this level, just for fun. They don't unlock anything anymore, but you know, still have some incentive for the trickier setups, like so. And fun fact, the clouds on top here actually tile seamlessly. So I had the top part of the background, the big clouds there, I had them scrolling at one point and they would, you know, repeating pattern. But decided against it because there's kind of enough movement in this level as it is. The auto-scrolling down there on the top of the clouds and the moving platforms and all that. Yeah, wow! Hey, Coyote time saved me. Nice. And yeah, platforms plus urchins. Also makes for some interesting setups. You can predictably go through. I think I have a lot of muscle memory here, so let's hope I don't die in an embarrassing way. Or if not, I can chalk it up to the power-up always. But yeah, now the platforms, I can see they're moving on line guides and also rotating at the same time. It can get kind of wild, but I love how they move, honestly. It's wild in an interesting way, but you gotta be more careful than usual where you end up. Here we go. Especially when they move in a circle like that. So, yeah, they can be pretty unpredictable. You know, like epi-cycles or whatever that circular motion is called. Now, this part is neat. Because, yeah, you can't really predict when the platform is going to stop or when it's going to move really fast, like when the movement's in sync and when it's not. Oh, they spawned the thing there. What's supposed to happen? There we go. Yeah, that's not like an SA1 thing, that's a proximity thing. Like the sprite said, oh, I'm off screen, I'd better take my leave. So, yeah. I'll wait here. Oh yeah, and this part is also neat. Because the secret here is patience. Don't change platforms. The platform will eventually get you there, to the coin. Just gotta deal with the Koopas in between, and they always keep coming back. There we go. And same thing here. Don't panic. Just kind of enjoy the ride. You know, you're pretty safe here. Flop. There you go. Wait one cycle here, and then go up top. Last coin, and you know, just a smiley face to kind of wrap things up. And that's basically it. Well, kind of. You'll see. So there we go. Yeah, when you beat this level, when you beat the final level, you unlock ascetic mode, where coins hurt you. I'd seen some ascetic runs, so coinless runs of Super Mario World back in the day, and I knew from the start that I wanted that built into a Plumber for All Seasons in some way, for a bit of replayability. Not sure if people actually do that, but you know, the option is there. So yeah, press select on the map to toggle ascetic mode. Let's go play one level in ascetic mode just to show you. Let's do run 1, why not? So switching back over to Spring. And press select. There we go. And the game doesn't track it, ascetic mode, like you don't get extra completion points or anything. This is purely for fun, it's there if you want to. But yeah, I knew I was gonna have an ascetic mode right from the beginning, so I actually built all the levels. Let's demonstrate here. Oop, it hurts, but doesn't insta-kill. I actually built all the levels with that in mind from the start, so getting coin blocks actually damages you too, so gotta be careful. Gotta remember where the power-ups are. Maybe I should have made the power-up blocks like red or something in ascetic mode so you know where they are. I don't know, it's too late to change it now. But yeah, all the levels are built with that in mind. Star coins are fine, by the way. It's not like a difficulty curve or anything throughout the levels, but I just made sure that all the levels were still technically possible to beat. Like, don't have any unavoidable coins or anything. No matter how, well, dang it, no matter how easy or hard they are. Let's do that again, shall we? And yeah, you know, all the levels can technically still be beaten, but with no regard to how easy or how hard each individual setup is. But on average, I think it makes for a lot trickier jumps than you might expect. So, like there with the Goomba, or you know, less incentive to jump all the time, and like there with the upcoming pits, yeah, there we go. You gotta either jump over or just a real tiny hop underneath. Or there with the flower here. It looks tough, but yep, you can just barely jump over that. And you might think back to some levels and think that some spots have unavoidable coins. That's also very interesting. Like where you need to turn blocks into coins to proceed or something, but don't worry about that actually. I made sure that when you're in ascetic mode, they don't turn into coins, so they just disappear. So you can get an ascetic run of this entire hack if you so desire. Nothing stopping you from it, but not in the scope of this video. It's already plenty long, I'm afraid. So yeah, that is about it. If you watched all the way to the end, then wow, that's very kind of you. And either way, I hope you got some insights out of it, or entertainment, or whatever you hoped for this video to accomplish. So yeah, really glad you stuck with me here for this bit of developer playthrough, I guess. Yeah, I'm actually planning to move on to indie game dev now, for what it's worth. So, make my own indie game in kind of the same spirit as a Plumber for All Seasons. And I might even make some devlog kind of videos about it. I'm not sure yet. But it's gonna be a while in either case, so progress has been slow for the past couple of months, and it's still in the early stages anyway, so nothing to show yet at all. But yeah, if that interests you at all, then I don't know, stay tuned to this channel if you want. So thanks very much for watching this, whatever it turns out to be. I hope you enjoyed, and maybe I'll see you around.